all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug on the ones and twos is Little Jackie Papers.
I saw him standing over there.
But tomorrow, neither one of us will be here as we are spending the night together at the Ritz-Carlton in Clayton. We're going to have some Han bombs and get to know each other better. That's kind of something that I like to do with producers over the years.
Huh. You take each one on a night out to the Ritz?
Mm-hmm.
It's a chemistry night.
We call it chemistry night. It's always right around the 4th of July. Jackson loves America, as you know.
Yeah.
And this is how we celebrate. Chemistry night.
Yep.
Okay. Separate rooms, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Adjoining.
Thank you. That's exactly right, adjoining.
What's the deal with that? Like, is that just an open door? And if a stranger's on the other side, it's
No,
like...
it's a locked door.
I think it's done for parents with children
Very fair.
or for sex parties.
That's what I was thinking. Like, what happens?
Not much of an overlap between the two.
Well, you go and check, and you're like, ooh, the door's open. How do you do?
No, each side has a deadbolt.
You don't say, how do you do?
I think that's the right way to greet them.
Yeah, join you?
There you go.
Doug's played this out. Each side has a deadbolt, Jackson.
Sure. Right.
So I'm saying both sides have to be in on it.
You're asking about the...
I'm saying what happens if housekeeping doesn't necessarily lock those doors, something
Gets a
messes
little
up and someone, next
why
thing
would
you know.
you be going through it then?
What do you mean?
If you didn't know who was on the other side, why would you want to walk through that door?
Because you're #curious.
Yep.
Oh, hashtag.
Well, you're not
Don't
supposed to be
kink
that
shame.
curious.
Don't kink shame.
Hey, you guys got any towel? Ooh, hey, I'm just going to borrow a towel.
Mind if I join you?
See? Doug's dying for the drop. I mean, he's dying for the papers. Wasn't expected to get cute on a drop.
Housekeeping.
It's 7:01.
May I join you?
See, that's the right way to do it.
There it is.
Yep.
Doug was begging for it.
He wanted it. And you know what?
Begging for it.
Papers delivered. What do you got going on, Jackson? You got a family reunion, is that right?
Yeah. Yep. Family reunion. Kind of little family vacay. Michigan.
It's a delightful time of year to be.
How many members will be there?
Oh, man. I don't know if I can give you an exact number.
Oh, very cryptic.
Just
Like
something
20.
close.
Like 20.
Okay.
20.
Adjoining room?
20, maybe a little less. No.
Maybe a
no.
cottage?
It's rental season.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Love
rental
it.
season.
Get some fudge.
Probably will.
What makes a house a
Taffy.
cottage?
Well, that's a nice question. Text
really
in your
nice.
answer. Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Chairman Kurt is manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Maybe you want to call in and talk cottages.
Okay. It's such a cute little word for a house in the woods or something, but it's just a house, right?
It screams open floor plan, right?
Ooh.
You know?
Uh-huh.
Like, I think cottage, I think of like
that off.
where everyone slept in one big room, you know?
I bet you do. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. We're talking cottages and Cardinals and Blues free agency and trades here. And Joey Vitale is scheduled on the Stiefel dossier. And many friends might say, why? I thought he was on Fridays. Well, the program is off for Independence Day, Doug, the 4th of July. Born on the 4th of July, Joey Vitale.
Huh.
So he's going to be on Wednesday. Martin, you reached out to him to join the program on Thursday since me and Jackson will be celebrating chemistry night. And he said, how's Wednesday sound?
Yeah, it's very confusing because Thursday was going to be Friday, and then he said, let's just do Wednesday. Mm-hmm. And then he said, why am I on? And I said, well, because there's no Friday, and you were going to be on Thursday. And he said, yeah, but now I'm on Wednesday. I said, because you picked Wednesday because he couldn't do Thursday, but it's timely as we talk Blues. Off-season news.
It's perfect. That's coming up in your Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. And for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, we're giving away 2 tickets to Adam Sandler on Friday, October 17th at Enterprise Center. Tickets for Adam Sandler are on sale right now. You can find all the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets to the show right now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. We're dedicating this show today to me, kind of doing something a little different because I will not be here for like the next 7 weeks. The
You're taking
olds,
7 weeks off?
the olds you can celebrate. Yeah, 7 weeks. 7 weeks of vacation. That's standard, isn't it? That's what Savard said you did?
Boilerplate.
Some be at 2 weeks.
Was that boilerplate, Tim, when corporate hands you a stack of papers?
Right.
This says I can't even walk to my car without permission. Very standard.
That's boilerplate.
Corporate does that for insurance reasons.
Yeah. So there is your program today. Doug, you tell me here on a very rare Wednesday, Sadie Hawkins.
Okay.
What is the lead? I'm not sure. Martin, what did you go with on the lead last night on the 2 Fox?
Well, in the early shows, Blues, news of the day. By the evening, Cards facing Paul Skeens. Pirates. You never go wrong with the Cardinals. Doug knows that.
Right. When in doubt, it's the Cardinals.
Bolduc, big-ish name, not a huge name. So Blues early, Cardinals late.
Yeah, I think it's the Cardinals. And for that reason, I'm just not going to be much good to lose. You know, shutout now in 4 of the last 7 games. Just had a couple of big nights with the bat and then go into Pittsburgh and got nothing. Nothing. And so I'm just going to sit here and stew a little bit, if you don't mind. Now they've fallen 4 games out. Can't get the hit late in the game, runners in scoring position. I'm just a mess at this point.
Doug, they were 1 for 13 with runners in scoring. Is that even possible? I guess they did get a hit, even though the runner was out at the plate, so that counted as a. I was thinking they couldn't have
Does
had.
that count as a hit or a fielder's choice?
Well, the base hit where Contreras was thrown out, so they actually.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about the ninth.
Not the Scott. So I'm saying it sounds strange that they actually were 1 for 13 because they didn't score
a run.
But
what an anomaly!
That counted as a hit with a runner in scoring position.
Sure.
Even though Contreras was out by, was that a country mile, Doug?
Yeah, I think 2 outs. Probably got.
I think you got to try.
Interesting. Pozo hit, so I'm amazed by that guy.
I like that. He just applauded it.
It's my guy.
I thought John King was.
John King is my guy, the arm barn. But
the arm barn?
In terms of the catching core, I'm a Pozo guy through and through.
Yeah.
And they keep using him as a pinch hitter.
Yeah.
You see him walking up there going, oh, is that the best? Oh, my God, he did it again.
Yeah, he hits.
God
he takes
bless
a
him.
big swing.
The Fever winning the WNBA Commissioner Cup's the lead. That's from Fish the People.
Without Caitlin Clark, right?
Mm-hmm. And they lost, but she was on the bench cheering on Sophie Cunningham.
Who has upset people by her take on the expansion cities?
Upset's a strong word.
Well, don't get upset.
Well,
I got to be honest with you. One of Jackson's favorite things on TikTok is when somebody superimposes themselves on a video and gives a take.
It's like a floating head that
Like
cuts,
a double box almost.
cuts in and out.
Martin, are you on TikTok?
No, but I'm saying TV. You have a double
it's
box.
not a double box. It's even more hackneyed than that.
It's like just their head and body, like on the video itself.
And then just given a take.
Yeah, and it's like,
It's you might be surprised to hear this, rarely positive, and so I don't know how this happened. I'm very disappointed in my algorithm. But one of the first TikTok videos I saw this morning was a woman just excoriating Sophie Cunningham for her WNBA expansion city take, and I'm like, God, I don't recognize this reporter. And it's just a lady on a couch in New York City with 400 followers. But for whatever reason, it found its way into my algorithm. And candidly, I'm furious.
Now, I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I'm going to tell you why.
That gentleman right there had superimposed himself onto a video with the floating head, and I immediately saw it, and I go, that sums up our industry and social media in 2025. I don't know the circumstances at all, but they don't matter, and I will tell you why. That's it, Doug. I think they're teaching that at the University of Missouri Journalism School.
Right. Yeah.
You don't have the balls to answer whether or not you think Jeff Fisher should come back or not.
And Rich in Maryland Heights had one show. It only lasted one show. Is that right?
That's correct, Martin. It was a 1 hour from 2 to 3 on a Sunday, and
one show.
He decided not to come back after that 1 hour.
The people were outraged. Sophie Cunningham said, you need to listen to your players. So when they picked the new, I can't believe I'm breaking this down, but
That guy got us right off track.
but I became interested. Like, what are people hacked off about? So it worked. I clicked. The new expansion franchise cities are Cleveland, Philadelphia, Detroit. Sophie Cunningham said, I think you want to listen to your players. Where do they want to play? Where are they going to get excited to play and draw fans? I do think that Miami would have been a great, everybody loves Florida. So it just sounds like she kind of wants to go somewhere fun.
I'd rather live in Detroit in the middle of July and August than Miami.
She said, I don't know how excited.
I don't know about that. I don't know.
You put up with the heat. You lived in Miami, Doug. You can answer this best.
Yeah.
I feel confident in that.
She said, I don't know how excited people are to be going to Detroit or Cleveland.
Well, isn't she just saying what everyone else is thinking?
Nashville's an amazing city. Kansas City, amazing opportunity. Huge arena
why don't
downtown.
you speak up for us
I
here?
was going to say, part of that Como, Kansas City alliance.
There
It
is something
often
there,
goes
Martin.
on.
There
Is she
is
from
something
that
there.
area?
She's from Columbia.
Columbia.
Rockbridge?
They tend to lean to KC over there. Interesting. But I guarantee...
Some of us do now, too.
Was that the case when you? I'm sorry, Martin. I didn't mean to cut you off. Was the Columbia leaning the little Kansas City a thing when you were in college?
There is a thing from some Kansas Cityans, and I never have understood it, that St. Louis is an East Coast city. And as somebody who has spent time in the East Coast,
Wow.
I've
heard it described.
You haven't necessarily been to the East Coast when you say that, but whatever. Or St. Louis wants to be Chicago. And I feel like we're doing our best to outpace Des Moines right now.
Oh, I've heard St. Louis described as the westernmost eastern city and Kansas City as the easternmost western city.
Yeah.
People from St. Louis suck.
Like St. Louis is kind of where the East Coast influence stops, and Kansas City is pretty much where the West Coast influence starts.
Yeah, I would say I think we're more southern now.
First TV job, Flagstaff, Arizona. Everybody was from California or Arizona. And they said, where are you from? And I said, St. Louis. And most of them said, oh, yeah, is that kind of near Chicago?
Nice.
And I said,
You saying that about the best fans in baseball?
more or less. I'm like, we got arts and stuff. They really didn't have a grasp on the middle of America.
Well, not much happens here in the eyes of the rest of the country.
Please clip off. I'd rather live in Detroit during the summer than Miami. Are you effing kidding me? That's Eric in the Central West End.
Truly, I feel that like deep to my core.
Why?
I've been to South Florida in the summer, and I'd rather live on Jupiter.
Have
Like
you
it's
been to
really
Detroit?
Not
brutal.
the town of Jupiter.
It's no worse than here.
But outside
Have you
areas of
been
Detroit,
to Detroit?
not Detroit proper, but outside areas of Michigan that are really nice in the summer.
You said
And you're not
Detroit.
making $10 million playing in the WNBA living in Miami. Like it's a different world. If I'm playing in the WNBA, I would rather live in Detroit in the summer.
And can I ask a WNBA?
100%. You guys would rather live in Miami where it's 98 degrees and
I
humid?
don't know if I've ever seen you this worked up on a take in my life.
Well, people are ignoring the context, and that's what they're going to do. They're going to be like, Jackson rather live in
I lived there
Detroit than
for
Miami.
6
That's
years,
so dumb.
and the summer
Not what I'm
weather
saying.
is no worse there than it is here.
I have too, and I thought it
rains
was
every day.
awful.
About 3 or 4 o'clock
you
it
live
rains.
in Miami?
Not Miami, but Southern Florida. And it was
I know this is very nuanced, but you're a nuanced guy. That's why you're worked up
Big
here.
nuanced guy.
Okay? This is odd, but on the Atlantic side, you get the breeze throughout, and the Gulf side can be more stagnant.
That's fair.
As strange as that might sound.
waves
it
are bigger.
does,
Yeah, that's for sure.
that probably would that actually is true. But from a breeze standpoint, it doesn't mean it's not hotter than hell. And when it rains at 3 o'clock every day, and then it's humid like you're in a sauna, that's brutal.
Yeah.
Having spent time in both, more time in South Florida than Detroit, I am on the South Florida side. But you know what, Jackson? I'm not going to kink shame or city preference shame either.
Yeah, there's a tax thing too, Florida, that I also get. That's important to note.
But you like high
State tax.
taxes.
Some would think I do. But yeah, so that's important. But I'm saying, like, in the summer, if I'm making the average WNBA salary, I'm living there in July and August for the most part in June. I'd rather be in Michigan.
That's a bad take. Apologize.
Refuse.
I think what
Take some time off.
Sophie Cunningham is saying is true. Players would probably prefer to live in Miami or Nashville. But I would also venture that the league is doing it based on potential for success, right?
Right.
Where they think it will work, where they think they'll make money, or where they have a potential buyer with deep pockets. There's probably
They're all NBA cities.
That's what I'm saying. There's
That's
a
like the
reason.
key thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's great. You'd rather live in Miami. You'd rather live in Nashville or Kansas City.
But those two don't have...
Right, but I think the league is picking. They're not asking the players, where would you? Why don't you tell us what movie you went? That's not why they do it. So I think she's off base with that.
As someone who is currently residing in Southwest Florida, I can tell you humidity near an ocean is way nicer to experience than humidity in the Midwest. I'm just saying. Doug, that's Sharon and Clayton Starr, the Real Housewives of TMA, who is currently vacationing before shooting begins.
Yeah, I think the dead of summer is far more uncomfortable here than it was in South Florida. And when you start a sentence by saying, I'd rather be in Detroit than fill in the blank, I'm not sure you can fill in that blank. I'm not sure there's very few places in this country that I've been to that I'd rather not live in than Detroit.
I think Jackson was thinking of Michigan at large, right? The whole
The Detroit
Michigan
area. I'm not saying you have to live like downtown Detroit, but around Michigan or
Grosse
around Detroit.
Point.
Yeah, Auburn Hills is
Birmingham.
nice areas.
Grosse Point.
Yeah.
Minnie Driver? John Cusack?
My sister and her husband
Jeremy
lived in Detroit for a while and had thriving businesses where they sold these rugs, Asian rug, a carpet store. And they quit it all, just left, said life is too short to live in Detroit, and moved to Orange County and just started completely over.
Wow.
Just so they didn't have to live in Detroit.
Is that because they heard there was a WNBA team coming years
No.
later? They wanted out?
No. They just thought there's got to be better places in the United States to live than this. I don't say this just because of your take, Jackson, just because Detroit's rough. I mean, they'd say the same thing about St. Louis, I'm sure, up there. But Detroit's rough, and rough weather.
I mean, we say like Detroit's rough, and people outside would say St. Louis is rough. We live comfortable lives. We're not
Chicago's
constantly
rough.
we're not
Baltimore's rough.
Constantly,
Right.
dodging hell. People like to make it like say things are a lot worse than they are, where they don't like live there. I don't know.
So Tim did a Sadie Hawkins.
Yeah, it was
and
Sadie Hawkins, Martin.
Zach Bolduc was in the mix.
Was.
Paul Skeens, the Cardinals, Contreras, all in the mix. But some lady on her couch in New Jersey took us down this path.
And we bought right into it.
Damn it.
Usually we're pretty focused, too. You can text in and get us off track as well, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service is the sponsor of the text inbox. And Michelob Ultra is the sponsor of the YouTube chat where friends have gathered to talk it over. 136 are already in there this morning. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. And Tiny PP is not happy. Why in God's name are we talking WNBA?
Because we're the ESPN vehicle in town, and they've groomed us all with their website, which has lots of stories about the WNBA.
That's a pretty good answer. That's a pretty good retort. Michelob Ultra, sponsor of the YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra is 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates, and the sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. Go on in, watch the program and talk it over, or just watch the program and watch people talking it over. It's up to you. We're not going to tell you what to do. Doug is really adamant on not being told what to do.
No.
YouTube.com/TMASTL. It was indeed a busy day for the Blues. I wonder if Blues fans feel better or worse about the team 24 hours after yesterday. Certainly Cardinal fans are a little concerned here after another loss to the Pirates and, as Doug mentioned at the outset, the fourth game in the last week in which they were shut out. So that is a big topic of conversation as July begins and the Cardinals have a pivotal stretch of games leading into the trade deadline. So all of those topics on the table with reaction. I was listening to Mailloux yesterday on the Fast Lane with the boys talking it over. It was a really good interview. And then also Doug Armstrong addressed those moves. We'll have that for you in addition to the Cardinal reaction to the loss last night, the call in the ninth inning that went against them from tying the game. All of that is coming your way in addition to the great Joey Vitale, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company, coming up at 8:15. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Little Jackie Papers going with Skinnerd. What is our theme?
It's almost Independence Day. So,
This guy loves America.
Huh.
yeah.
Sounds like
He's even
it.
got a lighter out. What was that about, Doug? Everybody held
Lighters?
a lighter up at the end of the show when you wanted to hear a certain song
And everyone, I guess, because people were smoking darts like crazy back then.
and other stuff.
Sure.
People still do that from time to time.
I think now they
So
hold their
light-
phones
It's
up.
fun.
Right?
It's fun.
Yeah, it's not
It
the
really
same.
lights up. Like, if you go to, like, Enterprise Center for a concert and everyone turns their phone on, it gets pretty bright.
St. Louis can't even get a mention for the WNBA. No way an NBA team would ever consider coming here. We're the worst. We were lucky to get the... I can't read that, but it's a reference, a slang, unfortunately, for soccer players. Probably have heard it before, but... You'll have to hack into the text inbox. It is unfortunate, Martin. Wearing their pink costumes. Suck it, you losers. That's from Starfish Street.
Gosh.
And we just can't shake this WNBA topic. All it took was one text, and it's still going
We're
on.
going to do 4 hours on that today?
I think I'm gonna force pivot here on TMA 101 ESPN show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Doug, you said Cardinals is the Sadie Hawkins lead, and that's what we're going to go with. 1-0 the final last night. Martin, you referenced the Cubs winning. Brewers were one of the many games rained out yesterday. So the Cardinals now fall 4 games back of the Cubs, sitting at 47 and 40, and they will have an 11:35 game today that should end by about 1:05. So if you have Mitch Keller on your fantasy team, like the Southside Seaman does, we're expecting big things today. We're expecting big things.
Okay.
Big things. Boys will have a little day off. Then Chi-Town stand up. And, but maybe they'll surprise me because they got shut out last night and they're like, okay, we got to do some raking here. We can't get swept by the Pirates. But, Martin, nobody's playing better than the Pirates
That
except
actually is
the Marlins. The Marlins are on an 8-game winning streak. The Pirates are on a 5-game winning streak, and the Marlins are on an 8-game winning streak.
So the players are saying, you don't need to undo the whole system. It's working just fine.
That's the
We don't need
message.
a work stoppage. I would love a pregame chatter at the cage where they're saying, let's get this over. Man, we could be in Chicago by 6 o'clock. We don't play Thursday. And the guy's like, just get up there and get swinging. And they're like, yeah, I know, but we might get swept. All right, we got to try.
We got to hit. We can't.
I
just
don't
take
want to bit BP. Let's just go to Chicago now. Edmonds might actually advocate for that.
The Cardinals losing last night 1-0. When you were watching the play in the 9th inning, did you think that Fermin was safe initially? I did. That's why I'm
absolutely
asking.
did.
You thought so too?
Big time.
I really did. And then I saw the replay, and I'm like, they got him on the helmet.
Yeah, it was about as close as you can get.
Right. What do you guys think live?
I just wasn't sure. When I saw the replay, he looked out, and then the umpire was kind of in the way of the shot that would have told you for sure. So,
I think he was out.
Yeah, I think
that's
they
the correct
ultimately got
call.
the
But
right
initially,
call.
I thought, I'm
Yeah.
like, oh, sweet, they scored, and they're going to have a runner at third and a runner at first, for that matter, and this thing's going to keep going.
I was the same as Doug. I wasn't sure. They punched him out, and I'm like, I kind of wanted Scott to bunt. So when they got the
Yeah,
out, I
me
was more
too.
upset about that. And then the replays, I thought his hand even like popped up in the air.
Yes,
as weird as
that's
that is,
correct.
like
It
his
did. You're right.
his fingers, his palm was down and his fingers were up. As strange as that all sounds, disappointing. Doug, it was right there. Andre Palante, 7 shutout innings.
yeah, you hate to waste that performance.
And they got Skeens knocked out. I mean, they took him out after 5, so they did their job. He had a high pitch count. Very winnable game, frustrating. And I get Wavin Contreras, but an interesting thought was if he was going to come out, you pinch run for him. But I guess they weren't sure at that point. You don't take him out, not his bat, after he got hit. 14 times he's been hit. But if you had run for him, you might have had a better shot at scoring that run.
Yeah.
Bottom line is you've been shut out twice, last week twice by the Cubs. It shifts quickly because we're talking about Brant Brown, Brownie this, Brownie that, all of a sudden then the lineup just can't hit. But Arenado's injured. Newt's kind of injured. Like half the team is injured right now.
Contreras said after the game he didn't think he'd be able to play today.
Right. That seems reasonable.
Yeah. I wonder if they might bring up the Pleasant Gentleman to play some first base.
You're always advocating for the Pleasant Gentleman.
Yeah.
I thought this past week was the time. They don't have any right-handed bats with power for the most part. Herrera's out. Walker, in theory, is a right-handed bat with power. He's still out.
They got Hampson his at bat last night.
Yeah, he plays every damn day. He's like the key to the whole team all of a sudden.
Who would want it to be Garrett Hampson's regular appearance in the text inbox? Jackson is changing names today, and then when are you going to stop doing it? Because you're not here tomorrow. We're off on the 4th of July. Are you going to extend your name changing? Or for those who don't have a name in the TMA, on TMA, this is your time, 314-399-9646. But Jackson cuts it off usually after the first week of each month.
Yeah, I'll extend through Wednesday of next week.
Wow.
So,
What a gesture.
Why'd you do that?
Because you love America.
That's a reflection of his love.
for America's birthday.
Nice.
Stop talking starting pitchers out when they haven't. Stop taking starting pitchers out when they haven't given up a run. It's from the 314. That's a reference to Palante, Doug, who have not given up a run.
I appreciate that take. I agree with it, too.
94 pitches, so it didn't bother me as much, but in general, I do agree.
Unless he comes to you, and we don't know this, comes to the manager and says, I'm out of gas. Take me out. Obviously you take him out then. But if you ask him how he's feeling, he says, I'm doing great. If you ask the catcher how he's looking, he says, he's doing great. I'd leave him in.
You could also put him out there, and you don't know. He might have a 6-pitch inning. He might have get through it in 7 or 8 pitches. He's just mowing them down, and you say, wow, you got us through the 8th.
At least leave him in until he runs into trouble.
Correct.
He gave up 1 hit in 7 innings. 1. And you took him out of a scoreless game.
Here is Ollie Marmol's reaction to last night's game, encompassing both that 8th inning we're discussing and the Fermin play in the 9th.
Gosh, it's one of those games where I loved it and hated it all at the same time. The reality is we got him out after 5 and didn't do a whole lot against their pen either. I thought we took some good swings, but came up short. I mean, even the Burleson line drive, the Pham runs down just out in front of the changeup with Gorman, but fell short today. We had to execute a little better than we did. You take your chance there and see if you can get underneath the tag. Unfortunately, Call did, and he's out. But, you look at Mathon's been really good for us. Those are the 2 softest hits possible to score a run. There's nothing you can do about it once it leaves the bat. But I felt like he made his pitches, and unfortunately, those balls found grass,
Base hit. They didn't hit him that hard. Yeah, I'm just uncomfortable when a guy's really rolling along like Palante was to ever take him out.
And what is the number? Like 94 is a high amount of pitches nowadays, but who cares, right?
I think it varies. It varies on how you're feeling on a particular day. Some days after 70 or 80 pitches, a pitcher probably feels like, I'm done. And some days he probably feels like he'd go all 9 innings if you need him.
It's like 75 years old hits people differently. Some people at 75, they're doing just fine. Some people at 75 look a little rough.
Even day to day, you feel different.
So I do share the opinion on that. And it's not like the bullpen got rocked, but 1 run was all it takes when the team is struggling to hit. And it's one thing if you're not able to convert against Skeens, but you carry that over from Heaney. And that certainly is when you go, that's a little rough. And Keller has been pretty effective. Even though, just like anybody else who starts for the Pirates, you're not going to have a lot of wins just by being on that particular roster. Sergeant Major Rose is on the Collier-Thompson phone lines, Doug. I guarantee you this guy is wanting to talk about the United States of America. Good morning, Sergeant Major Rose.
Good morning, boys. Of course, happy 4th of July coming up for everybody. And
right back at you.
Much deserved time off for all you fellas. Unfortunately, I guess I'll be stuck dealing with a protest on the 4th of July here in our nation's capital, but what's new? Yeah. I wanted to pass along, one of the guys that works on my detail, he's from a small town in Pennsylvania. He's an all things Pittsburgh fan, and last week when you guys had Joey on, and then of course today you're going to have him on, he got super geeked out, but he's like, wow, I love that guy, but man, it proves the NHL doesn't do drug testing. I don't know what that means.
Oh, gosh. My goodness.
But he absolutely loves everything Pittsburgh, and he's a super fan and will be listening to Joey today. So.
Well, let him know that Joey Vitale knows Sidney Crosby.
Well, that's what I let him know. That he's a huge Sidney Crosby lemming, and that Joey knows him quite well. So
Okay.
But yeah, it was a great time with him, and I tried to explain to him. I'm like, no, that's just how he is.
He's kind of tough to explain.
He's all speed, no drag. I mean, that guy is off the chain. I love it. So.
Yeah. Well, good luck this weekend.
Yeah, well, hopefully we got a bunch of angry moms coming into town on the 4th.
That'll be fun.
So at least they're walking, not driving, so we'll see what happens.
I'll do it because I honestly don't know.
I was just going to say, what's doing?
I'm fine with doing it because, once again, Doug, unfortunately for you, I know you want me to, but I am not running for office until 2028.
Oh, it's a miss.
I felt stupid not knowing.
Yeah, I don't know. I am so detached. What are the angry moms coming to Washington, D.C. that you're going to have to deal with? I don't know.
Is it about WNBA expansion?
No, you would think that would be the thing they'd be most upset about, but no, it has something to do with, obviously I can't go into a whole lot, but politics, and everybody hates Trump, and, he's the worst thing ever, and so it's another, issue that they want to ruin. He wants to celebrate the country and our, obviously our country's birthday, and I just don't understand why we can't put all of our swords away for a day and then get back to arguing either the following day or the week after, and just enjoy everything about.
But specifically, what are the moms angry about?
I believe it has something to do with. It's a combination of a lot of things. The Roe v. Wade decisions last year, the human rights issues that they want to claim about the ICE department and things that they've been doing. It's a combination. The list is so long. I'd probably be told to drink bleach by half the audience before I had a chance to run through it all. So
yeah, well, don't do that.
No, but it's just what's happening on the 4th is what we call a typical Friday here in the nation's capital.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for the explanation. Just was looking for some context. I'm sure people in the audience were. If me and Martin didn't know what the hell was going on, I would imagine people in the audience might not have as well. Sergeant Major Rose, we always appreciate your calls. And as Doug said, best of luck this weekend, sir.
Thanks, guys, and tell Joey we'll be listening and looking forward to the entertainment and the update on the zoo at his home.
Yeah, that's correct, Doug. A lot of farm animals there. Thank you, Sergeant Major Rose. Joey Vitale on the Stiefel dossier coming up at 8:15. You are welcome to call in as well, like Sergeant Major Rose did from Washington, D.C. The number is 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines here on TMA. 100 West Dental is a real loyal TMA sponsor. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team are online at 100westdental.com. And I know plenty of people are like, I really just don't want to go to the dentist. I understand that. Plenty of people feel that way. But here is the deal. You got to go because dental health can impact the rest of your health if you don't get checked up. And that's what 100 West Dental can do for you, is get you in and out with the latest technology. You go in there. It's located on Manchester and Baldwin. Does not look like what you think of when you think of a dentist's office. New technology. You can book your appointment online, even if you don't have dental insurance. Their membership plan aids in the costs of your dentist's appointment. It's 100westdental.com, 100westdental.com, located on Manchester in Baldwin. Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team. He's a loyal listener of this program. He had his staff out at the Dotem. It's 100 West Dental, and if you're interested in Invisalign, give them my name, and you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental. If you're not sure how it's going to look, if you want to go through with it, they can virtually show you what it will look like after the procedure is complete with the technology they have at 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. Something that I do think is encouraging, and I know kind of the way that it works, and this is human nature. This isn't chastising anything. It's just the way that it works. After a win, everything's great. After a loss, everything's bad. But when you combine the recent Gray start, for the most part, Libertor's body of work this entire year. He did have the rough spots in June, a couple of them, but now Palante has strung together 3 really good starts. And, the reason why throughout the course of the season that I have kind of shorted the Cardinal market as far as really being a dangerous team is I don't think that the pitching is there, and the offense most likely isn't enough to compensate for it. In comparing and contrasting, say, 2011, when they really only were relying on one starter consistently. And Tony La Russa, by the time the postseason rolled around, was pulling starters super quickly. Edwin Jackson, Kyle Loesch, Jaime Garcia. This team doesn't have Albert Pujols, Matt Holliday, Lance Berkman to compensate for that. But you have seen Gray, you have seen Liberatore, and now the last 3 starts, Palante, that can give you something to work with. Now, I don't know if that's realistic to continue, but it's certainly encouraging. That was a hell of a start last night, and it's coupled with 2 other ones here.
Yeah, it's 18 innings, 2 runs. I think it's when I launched into the bullpen, I was trying to find a way to get McGreevy into that rotation. I knew they wouldn't touch Michaelis or Fetty, which is frustrating. So on this show, Doug, I said, let's just put Palante in the bullpen. He's a quality reliever. Give his spot to McGreevy. Since I said that, he has strung together 3 great starts, so he was listening.
I see the Cardinals as a team are 7th in all of baseball in quality starts, 12th in ERA, 8th in runs scored, and 2nd in fielding. So
they're doing some things right.
Yeah,
I do think
they're a little bit better, I think, than maybe we give them credit for.
I do think missing Herrera has affected the offense ultimately here.
Yep, I agree with that.
He's such a good bat.
And they had, he went on the IL the Friday of that Red series, but they were able to win 2 of 3, and then the first 2 games against the Cubs. And so it kind of flew under the radar because they had won 4 of 5, including 2 games that had a lot of value against the first-place team. And then you look at it since then, and we were citing that data, 4 shutouts, rough. I do think that is important to the conversation. But as we also were saying, the team is beat up. Plenty of other teams are beat up. Perhaps the one that stands out the most as far as the surprise goes with their injuries would be the Astros. I mean, that's a team that's just been absolutely destroyed by injuries, and yet they've had a hell of a year, both relative to their expectations going into the season. Of course, you had the Tucker trade, but also the health of that team. Cardinals now dealing with it, and it's impacting the offense, whereas the rotation has been really healthy, comparatively speaking. Your thoughts are welcome on any topic, 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Callier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines, where Sergeant Major Rose was calling in, 314-974-0101. And a couple hundred people are in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat talking it over and watching the show, youtube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel and watch clips and the live program anytime you would like. Joey Vitale is going to be joining us at 8:15. We're going to get into the Blues moves yesterday. The question I'm posing to the audience, do you feel better or worse about the Blues' upcoming season than you did at this time yesterday before the moves, and some of the moves that perhaps you were hoping the Blues were going to be able to make, in which players went elsewhere? That conversation and Doug Armstrong saying something that is going to piss off Doug Vaughn next on TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Cardinals fall to the Pirates last night. Final score of 1-0 in favor of Pittsburgh. Final game of the series today in Pittsburgh. It's going to be 11:35 first pitch with Sonny Gray on the mound for the Cardinals. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Who is this?
Conway Twitty.
Oh, is it?
The song was released 52 years ago.
The old 52nd anniversary, Martin.
Big 52.
Big milestone for a lot of artists.
Conway Twitty. He's a seminal American artist.
Feels older than that because 52 years ago would have been 73. Doesn't this feel like it's in the 50s or something?
But Jackson, as you know, he stopped loving her today. I mean, Doug, is it the greatest of all time? I don't know. You tell me.
I don't think so.
But if memory serves, that was 1980, and that sounds like that could have been made in the 1950s. George Jones, think about it.
No, I don't want to.
All right, fair enough. If you want to talk George Jones, we're taking your calls, 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And remember, if you are a loyal listener, maybe now that we've been on 101 ESPN for 9 months, you're going, okay, I kind of get it. This show's really bad and stupid. But I want to be able to interact and have a name where I can tell you guys how bad and stupid you are. Then what you do is you text in during the first week of the month, and Jackson's expanded it, in honor of the United States of America and the 249th birthday we are celebrating, because the 49th birthday is almost as big as the 52nd birthday. 249th birthday, we're celebrating here. Jackson is going to extend to next Wednesday, updating text names. So if you want a text inbox name, 314-399-9646. And all you ask, Jackson, is people are polite with their requests, and their requests are something that can be read on terrestrial radio per the Federal Communications Commission.
Yeah. That sums it up.
I just observed a little Jackson back and forth with the text, and he said, I'm just going to clean it up a little bit, which is nice.
Okay.
Right.
There is a little bit of a editing process at times.
Right.
Somebody wanted something that Doug would call vile?
Vile.
It's a little gross, maybe.
Yeah, it's just like there's a certain terminology that you can use, and
Doug,
there's
you want him blocked?
Yes, block this.
No.
It just needed. It needed. I was watching it happen in real time, and I thought Jackson just cleaned it up a little bit.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to hear about Rick Majerus' poop towel at 7 in the morning.
That was the request.
Now it's Rick Majerus' towel.
It accomplishes the same thing.
And I'm on board.
Yeah.
Good job, Jackson.
Thank you.
Look at you, Jackie Papers. I have a question about the Stiefel dossier and an observation. The Stiefel dossier features Joey Vitale in segment 8-2. Doug, that's 8:15.
Sure.
8:30, I'm sorry, to the listening audience. The next segment is 8:3. Do you see it on the Stiefel dossier? I never know if Doug has the living, breathing
I don't
dossier.
have it called up at the moment, no.
The title of the segment is Cardinal Want Wingy, but then there's nothing else.
Cardinal Wingy?
They want Wingy, which was also in yesterday's dossier. And
I had stuff for that, though.
But I looked at it yesterday, and I said, what does that mean?
It says Cardinal Want Wingy, and then there's nothing
under it. Think about it. Just think about it.
That will develop in time.
Well, what's confusing, because it's a live, living, breathing dossier.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Right now, just pop something in there for
pumping
Tim.
life into it as we speak.
We went to the Sophie Cunningham WNBA take. That was scheduled for 9-1, Tim.
Was it?
Yes.
Oh, wow. I didn't realize.
We're a little ahead of schedule.
In 9-2, I just wrote down free space, like bingo.
Well, you beat me to the punch because I want to make the observation that Cardinal Want Wingy, and then there's nothing after it, and then 9-2 is just blank, and then I jokingly, but sometimes I guess what I think is an obvious joke might not be an obvious joke. Doug, you're familiar with Caden Cross, a delight. She's been on the program multiple times. At this point, she's the Martin Scorsese of the San Fernando Valley.
It's been a while. She's still around?
Yeah. I think she's still in her 30s, as a matter of fact. She's been committed to the great Manuel Ferrara now for 13 years. She has a daughter, but she's a director in the industry, friend of the program. And I'm doing a podcast with her. We're in the process. And I sent clips over. I was editing them, and I sent them over to Jackson last night to see if he could see and if it had worked out. And I jokingly said to Jackson, because one of the clips would probably not be what some might say appropriate for terrestrial radio. And sure enough, in clearing the deck, that clip is in there.
Oh no.
Well,
and I thought it was obvious I was joking, but clearly I didn't.
I struggle sometimes, and I wonder if listeners out there struggle. It's sometimes tough for me to pick up on stuff over text.
But that's on me. That's on me.
But in general, like with text, I kind of always take stuff as like. Sometimes it's pretty obvious. When you originally texted me that this morning, I go, bold play.
No, you didn't. You just gave me the heart emoji.
Yeah, but like in my mind, I was thinking to myself, bold play. Bold play.
But it's so bold, it's obvious. I mean, she's talking about a...
Yeah. No. I mean, she's really like Sir David Attenborough of adult.
Sir David
I don't understand that.
The way she was describing the situation was very planet Earth, you know.
So it's a sexual conversation.
Well, no, we had just connected the Zoom on Monday. I'm in the TMA studio down the hallway, and we're just BSing about what's going on. She's got a bunch of construction going on at her house. She lives in Malibu, Doug. So maybe,
does she
maybe
really?
At this point we all should get into the industry.
Who says we haven't?
and then she goes, "What do you think of all the construction?" And I said, "Hey, it's great." But I wanted to get into this thing that she had just shot, which is an act, Martin, that will have to remain off this particular station. And I sent that clip over to Jackson just to make sure that he could see the clip and the audio was fine and everything, because usually I'm not the person using the editing software for the purpose of the podcast. Anyway, no chance in hell I would ever play that on 101 ESPN. But then my humor, even though Papers and I have worked together for 5 years, it was lost in the text inbox. So I think that's on me.
So in clearing the deck, for the audience out there, segment 9-3 would be, 9:40-ish or so.
That's right.
Clearing the deck. You just took it out. It just disappeared.
And it's back to Cardinal one wingy.
Clearing the deck had some kind of smut talk with Tim, apparently. And then the next one said, which rule would you change in the MLB?
Yeah.
So that was
clearing the deck.
So that was the segue.
There's a lot on the deck. We got to get clear. Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
and then if I could ask about 10-1, it just says Cinema Corner.
Oh, yeah.
And there's nothing under that.
Yeah. Well, I got to change that.
And I had one for you.
Mm-hmm.
Top 5 Brad Pitt movie, since this F1 is a huge hit.
Yeah. Let me think on that one.
Yeah, sit on that for a minute.
I'll sit on. I'll put that in Cinema Corner.
10-1.
Nice.
Okay.
You lost me after you said these two porn stars can afford to live in Malibu.
That's correct. Yep.
Really? They're making that much money?
Yeah, I'll show you the clip of the interview, and you'll be like, God, that's a really nice house. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
That OnlyFans thing has opened up a whole new world.
But
Watch
homes
this, Martin. A whole new world. Is that
Okay.
Peebo Bryson?
I think
Am I
so.
right? Thank you, Chairman.
I think so. But the homes in Malibu, at least those on the water, would probably start at $15 million.
There was some foliage in the background, so I don't believe they're on the water.
Okay.
Oh, they're one of the poors in
They're
Malibu.
the poors in Malibu. 314-399-9646. Jackson's a heart emoji guy. Big shocker. What a dork. That's Nathan from the east side of Alton. I think it was a sarcastic heart emoji. Mm-hmm. Does that change things for you, Nathan from the east side of Alton?
No, I'll heart whatever I want. I don't live by Nathan from the east side of Alton's rules.
Well, then block him.
No, I'm not going to block him. I'm just telling you, I live by my own... I have my own code.
I love Jackson, but today does look a little thin on content, where 8-3 was just Cardinals one wingy, 9-2 is free space, 10-1 was Cinema Corner, and there was nothing underneath. This is the outline for your paper that's not due for a few weeks. You just kind of start with a rough outline, and then you plug and play.
Listen, I'm doing the work over here. I'm pounding the pavement. I'm filling this
Well, that's
dossier
great, because it's almost 8 o'clock.
So there's the Stiefel dossier. But in the Stiefel dossier, in 7-3, which is what we are in right now, we had the Blues conversation. And, Doug, you're not going to be happy with Doug Armstrong. And I know he's sat right where
he didn't say hockey
your
trade,
gong is, but you're going to have to listen to it.
Doug on Doug crying?
Yeah, here, take a listen.
Well, he's got excellent skater. He's got an excellent shot. Learning the game in a defending standpoint, but we think he's NHL ready now. I talked to him. I told him he'll have the opportunity to. He has a job now. It's his job to come into camp and keep it. I thought when you make a trade like this, it's a old-fashioned hockey trade.
Didn't have to say that.
It's very difficult to include Bolduc in any deal, and including this one, but. When I look at our depth on the wing right now, if you go with Snuggerud and Kyrou, and then you go on the other side with Buchnevich and Holloway, it seemed like an area of strength for ours. And then you look at our depth on the right side of the defense. Our top 4 players are both into their 30s. We used a #1 pick last year to get Juracek, but adding Mailloux fills a void for us in our group today and tomorrow. And in a league where you have to give something to get something. We gave something that we had not a surplus in, but a good winger that we have wingers in, and I think Montreal gave something on the right defense that they have a surplus in. So time will tell how it works out, but I think both teams are excited.
Hit the goal.
Right off the post.
Oh. He didn't have to say hockey trade. Of course it was a hockey trade.
And if you see the video, I think he kind of even smiled a little, like he knows. I'm serious. He kind of made a face like, well, it's, guys, a hockey trade.
Of course it is.
But
listen, you have to wonder
if Army's listening.
And if he's Nathan from the east side of Alton.
Well, I didn't go that far, but what if today's run into Army, Doug? And he said,
trade.
What happened to free space at 9-2? What'd you guys end up doing? I would love that. It was a hockey trade, but
of course it was.
I don't know. The other guy coming this way has only played 8 NHL games, and a hockey trade, by definition, according to Strick, is somebody who has played at the NHL level. I don't know. You got to trust Army always. I understand they need a right-handed defenseman. God, I thought Bolduc was a rising asset.
I did too, and I thought he really came into his own under Montgomery.
Sure.
He was kind of a mess, might not be right, but you're going, oh, this might not be working out here with Bolduc, and Montgomery comes in and he frees up his mind, which then leads to freed up play. And now, listen, he did not. Kyrou gets some attention, or a lot of attention, for his playoff series against the Jets. You include the context of getting lit up by the delightful Logan Stanley, who really had Jimmy Snuggerud on his dance card every night for whatever particular reason. But he did get a big hit in the first game. Kyrou did. And I think that may have impacted his play. Maybe I'm giving him an out and it's not fair. I don't know. But also Bolduc didn't have a great series against the Jets. And so if we're going to analyze things. But with that said, Martin, the trade news broke at like 10:40-ish yesterday morning. And initially, the response of the audience is a great deal of excitement because we didn't know who the Blues were sending. And I think the thought process was, sweet, got a young 6'3" right-handed defenseman that, eventually, and maybe it'll be this way out of the gate, I don't know if that'll be the case, in your top 4, they fill the need. But I think the initial reaction, and again, you only had about 5 to 10 minutes of people not knowing who was going back to Montreal, was because people didn't think it would be somebody like Zach Bolduc. And then when fans found out it was Zach Bolduc, it's not everybody. This isn't universal. I'm sure some will text in and say, no, I still love it. But there was a lot of backlash to the trade because Bolduc was going.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the trade, but Army tends to be right more times than he's not. I couldn't tell you anything about Logan Mailloux, but they obviously have done their homework on him. So I get the idea that you wanted to get younger, and he said, you don't know how often players like this are going to be available. If we're going to upgrade at that position, especially a right-handed defenseman, which they had mentioned they wanted to get, so you got to give something to get something, Doug. Who said that? Was that Steven Stills? You love the one you're with? Get something to give something.
I think you're right on that.
So I'm disappointed that Bolduc has been shipped out, but they addressed a need, Doug.
They certainly did. As he said, the defense is getting older, and they were short on the right side. And Armstrong, it seems like his batting average is about 800 on the moves that he makes. So I think he's got the equity that you just kind of trust him and know what he's doing. I don't know how you could come to any other conclusion than that.
Yeah, summertime deals. They got Shen, they got O'Reilly. They even went out. They signed Maroon, signed Perron. So they've trying to think of some bad moves. I mean, there's every once in a while you sign a guy, you kind of lock somebody up. Krug in the end probably was an overreaction to the Petra deal.
That was a big miss.
I thought that was in the moment.
And it was just maybe in the heat of the moment too.
Exactly
kind of to show Petra, we don't need you. And I would hope that emotions are not attached to that, but it felt like it even at the time.
I agree with you 100% on that, sir. So you have that move. You have Bolduc going. And Martin, we were sitting here with Andy Strickland yesterday, less than an hour before these moves took place, and asking about Faksa. And he said, nothing going on there at the moment. And as it turns out, there was nothing going on because Doug Armstrong said yesterday that they talked with Faksa's agent the night before, and it became clear that the Blues were going to need to go in another direction. He goes back to Dallas. He's able to get 3 years at $2 million per. So that's a win for him. Blues weren't going to do that with him. So the Blues then lose Faksa as well. We were talking about Granlund and the possibility there. That didn't happen. He's off the market as well. So now the Blues have gone with Nick Bjugstad, and that is the Faksa replacement. Even though I know a number of Blues fans, and probably the Blues themselves, I think, were hopeful that they would be able to keep Faksa. That isn't going to happen. So Bjugstad in, Mailloux in, and Bolduc gone, Faksa gone, and so, as you can imagine, people are going, okay, I don't know, is this going to set the stage for another move? But at this point, would that move be via free agency or would it be trade? What do you guys think?
I think they'll probably lay low here for a couple of days, let the market kind of cool off. I would think. But Bjugstad is not just he's not just a guy. He had more goals than Bolduc had last year. He scored 22 goals, 23 assists. He's been a productive guy. So maybe that move is a little underrated. It was one of the best seasons he's ever had, but he's a decent player, and I think they'll get some mileage out of him.
I think, and in general, you never assume Armstrong's done, but their area of strength was at the wing, and that's what they traded from. So I don't see them doing anything major at this point. And your top four defensemen, you've got Broberg, Parayko, Fowler, and Falk. Falk, of course, is getting older and maybe not at the top of his game. But if you add in this Mailloux, who they believe in, I like that Tucker towards the end of the year. So I think they feel they've got enough options on defense. I'd be surprised if they did anything major at this point.
Yeah. I would too. Nick Leddy is probably gone. Do you think?
Well, I think
probably sever ties with him.
Yeah, I think
if they can. I don't have his contract situation right in front of me, but
right, I think they'd be willing to move him.
Yeah.
Mailloux appeared on the Fast Lane yesterday. If you did not get a chance to hear that interview live, I would recommend going back and podcasting like the Dickens. Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, Kerry Davis, and Marshy Marsh and the Playful Posse had a chance to talk it over with them. Here is the new Blues defenseman on finding out that he would be leaving the Canadiens and joining the Blues.
Take us behind the curtain here. What was it like to get the phone call, and what was your first impressions? You're going to be a Blue.
Yeah, so I heard from the GM in Montreal, Ken Hughes, was the first to call me, and he told me that something was going to happen, and I kind of figured after the Dobson deal that the Habs made a couple of days ago that something might be happening anytime, but then he told me that I was going to be going to St. Louis, and no, I was pretty pumped. So Doug Armstrong called me right after, and I spoke to him, and I spoke to Jim Montgomery as well. So no, I'm excited to say the least.
Post again. Logan Mailloux yesterday on the Fast Lane. You can podcast it on the 101 ESPN app. Dobbs Tire and Auto Center, sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN.
I just think learning to spell his name is not going to be easy.
Is that right? I kind of feel like I'm there. But when we went to the pronouncer yesterday during the commercial break, we got Mailloux, and then we heard Doug Armstrong say Mailloux. So we discussed it on this program in the commercial break, and we are now opting for Mailloux. Okay. But I feel pretty good. Am I on Mailloux?
Yeah, Mail with an extra L-O-U-X.
Mailloux.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mailloux.
Doug, does that do it for you?
Nobody breaks down a hockey trade like we do. We will spell the gentleman's last name. Not a lot of shows go there.
Thank you for saying that. That should probably be a promo.
The worst is like in a playoff series when you're spelling guys from the other team's name a lot, and like with the Jet, like Mark Scheifele, like that was like, oh my God, so many I's and E's. Where did all these go?
Chiefele.
Yeah, and then the Hellebuck. There's a Y that comes out of nowhere.
You'll get hurt.
But then it's like
Krzyzewski with the Z's. Where are they? I know they're there, but where do they go? I don't know.
Yeah, it took me like a year to get Mason Wynn right because the Y is where you think the I should be. You don't know what's going on. Spelling's hard, man.
Spelling's hard. So that's our breakdown?
It is. This is
the breakdown.
He's got a defenseman. Here's how you spell his last name.
This is what I, for the sake of the show, the next time I see Dick Armstrong, I'm going to ask him if he's aware that a hockey trade is kind of a buzzword that people make fun of.
You're going to have to watch. You're going to have to watch the involuntary reaction because I think, like Tony La Russa, he would never acknowledge he was listening.
Well, they don't.
Not even listen, but just knows that people joke about it. I don't know.
They don't say that in any other sport. The Cardinals don't say, well, we made a baseball trade.
But they do say it in hockey, but I'm wondering if Army knows, I guess specific to us, but that people are like, oh, it's a hockey trade. You're right. The skipper would always say, yeah, I heard where. You're like, I heard where.
He was always borrowing Joe Patini's car.
Yeah,
where was Lewis's car? I don't know. I assumed he had a nice enough vehicle, but Patini's car was the one that would always have our show on.
And Patini had the show on. Yeah, Patini's show was on. The skipper will be with us tomorrow.
Yes.
How about that? Doug, you ready for that? Ready to get slapped around by Tony? His event's coming up July 16th. He is working. I think we're going to do a little thing because his panel that night is Edmonds, Will Clark, Mike Matheny, David Freese, David Eckstein.
It's a great event.
I thought it'd be fun to just bring up each name and say, give me your favorite story about Edmonds. Give me a story on Eckstein, Freese, et cetera, et cetera. So Skipper will join us. Jackson is out. Tim is out. So start getting in your text now saying, oh, the show's terrible. Oh, no, where's everybody?
Got that for the next, Doug. 7 weeks, 7-week vacation.
You're going all 7 weeks.
All 7 weeks.
I mean, that's not fair.
Like any player is going to come on a local sports radio station and say they're not excited to come to a crumbling, dilapidated downtown with crime that's out of hand. Doug, that's from the Veiled Prophet, who is not happy with...
He's going from one of the most beautiful cities in North America to a lesser city of beauty.
Wow. Lesser city.
He's going to get a chance to play here. He only got in 7 games with Montreal last year.
They already had it, and then it became even more intense when they acquired Dobson Friday, a logjam with their defensemen in Montreal, and the Blues had a real. Sometimes I feel like the Cardinals throw around the term they had a log jam in the outfield. I'm like, no, you don't have any logs. That's the problem.
You got a jam. You got a jam.
You got
no
a problem. But the Blues certainly had a surplus, so that is what led to a good old-fashioned hockey trade.
Oh, but you don't have to say hockey.
I'm kind of warmed up to it because now I get what it means.
Well, yeah, it means this wasn't done because you're not dumping a contract or something. It's just.
And you're not getting a prospect or a pick or cash.
But
you're
still,
getting
that's all still hockey trades, no matter what the reason was you made the trade.
But their definition of a hockey trade is that it's somebody who can play immediately, even though he's only played 8 NHL games. So.
Just listening and learning.
Okay.
Does the Veiled Prophet ever stop bitching about the city? That's from the Warren County Wizard. Now, he's in Warren County, but he doesn't like the Veiled Prophet bitching about the city of St. Louis. And maybe now they're going to scrap.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hey, we're better than Chicago.
314-399-9646. We'll find out about that this coming weekend. 3-game series, but first, Doug, 95-minute tilt between the Cardinals and Pirates coming up today starting at 11:35. Should be a hell of a crowd on hand in Pittsburgh, as nobody's playing better than the Pirates minus the Marlins. Right. Pittsburgh on a 5-game winning streak. The Marlins on an 8-game winning streak. And the Cardinals will try to salvage a game. But Jackson has updated in the Stiefel dossier. Not only Cardinal want wingy, but the Cardinals series wins record. It's 15-11 now. No matter what they do today, they cannot win the series.
Doesn't matter.
15-11.
The most important game they play of the year is this one. The next game is always the most important. It's the only
Shut up, ravioli head.
It's the only one you can do anything about. It's this one. Whether they win a series or not, you need the W.
Jackson is multitasking because he's entering in all these new names for the loyal listeners while also still nailing the drops.
Oh, my God. I'm like a short order cook over here, man.
And
I got fries over here, 6 burgers on the grill
But
top.
you had time to hit ravioli head.
That's
Why am I the only ravioli head? We're all from St. Louis.
That's what the guy called you.
Who called you that, Doug?
Money Smith.
There's
Right?
Petro Papadakis. He handles some late night, used to be Pac-12. I don't know what he does now, I guess. And I'm not saying that as a shot. Just because the Pac-12 now includes Texas State, things have changed a little bit. But he's a USC guy. I think he was on that 2005 team. And
he's big in L.A.
Petro and Money, yeah. Money, I believe, was the guy who was going after Doug's take. I don't know what Doug's take was that upset him about L.A.
Was he on the show with
the
guys?
That was their show. They played clips of TMA, and that was their reaction.
Was it Rams related?
Could have been Blues and Kings, could have been Cardinals and Dodgers. We've had a lot of Waz. We've had a lot of Waz.
I think it was Cardinal Dodgers. I want to say I could be off.
And he called him.
He gave me a real shellacking.
Oh, wow. Ravioli.
Shut up, ravioli head.
And Money is the voice of the Chargers, I want to say. Think about it.
Is that right?
So far, there's not a ravioli head.
How about that? There's Larry Nickel.
Well, stand up, TMA supporters.
Rushing to your defense. 314-399-9646. Save the number in your phone and then say to Jackson, hey, Jackie Papers, could you please give me this name in the text inbox? And then that substantially increases your chances of getting read on the program. A good email could win you the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And we're giving away 2 tickets to Adam Sandler for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up on the Stiefel dossier at 10:45. That concert takes place October 17th at Enterprise Center. You can find all the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets to the show right now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day online at designairservice.com. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Design Air Service, the longest running sponsor on TMA. And Martin's a client, Doug's a client, and I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Seth Goldcamp's team will come over. They will fix your air conditioning. You don't have to worry about being upsold. They're going to take care of it. They're going to take care of it quickly. So many TMA listeners over the years have raved about their experience with Design Air Heating and Cooling, and we ask you to support the sponsors, especially our longest-running sponsor, of whom we are all a client, Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Joey Vitale joining us coming up at 8:30. Cardinals want wingy is coming up as well.
And what does that mean, Tim, exactly?
No, it says, in your lifetime or time covering these Redbirds, is there a season or time in a season that could be used as a comparison to this one when it relates to the trade deadline? I do have an answer to what I think is a very good question, and Cardinals want wingy. Tip of the cap to Jackson. That's coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Listen up, folks. No, seriously, listen up. If you're in the market for a new vehicle and you've had some issues in the past, you're not sure what you can get approved for, Auto Loan Pro is here to help. Little to no money down. Also going to get you the best rate possible out there. And they do that by working with over 50 different lenders. Auto Loan Pro. Financing a car, only one thing to know. Choose the Auto Loan Pro. Great website, autoloanpro.com. Easy to navigate. Friend of the show, Robert Thomas, right there on the site. You see them in the TV commercials for Auto Loan Pro as well. And when you go to that website, you'll see a free playbook that you can download. It'll explain to you how the credit process works. You can get your credit back on track while also getting a new vehicle. Next time around, get a different vehicle. Making that large purchase with financing gets complicated. Auto Loan Pro is going to help you get the car and get back on track. They're part of the Lita family of cars. It's real simple. For that vehicle, no matter what your situation, just go online, get the free playbook. It's autoloanpro.com.
Cherry bomb, smoke bombs with your moms. Kids playing with the poppers in the street, burning them snakes all over the concrete. It's our 4th of July, so let's celebrate. Get your friends and family now, don't you be late. It's a celebration tonight. Yeah. July is hot and so are your fireworks. Before you can shoot them, make sure your lighter works. Once when I was a kid, I took a rocket to the arm. Now I wear these goggles to shield my eyes from harm. Oh,
For
there you go.
heaven's sakes.
This is Acoustic Sessions, and we're giving you a 4th of July song. From us to you, the fans. Thanks for listening. Enjoy your 4th of July. And of course, be safe.
So good.
Really good.
They're
And a
being-
nice warning to all of us to not blow our fingers off.
They're being serious?
I think so.
It's TMA 101 ESPN Fisher Window and Door Store. 8 o'clock hour. Martin, you're really starting to appreciate the work Acoustic Sessions does, and I'm glad to see you becoming a fan.
There was a PSA element to the whole thing. Just be careful. He got hit in the arm one time, Doug, and then now he wears goggles.
Cherry bombs, smoke bombs with your mom.
Think about that line. Think about that.
With your mom.
Joey Vitale's joining us coming up here in about 10 minutes. There's your Stiefel dossier. And we got Cardinal Wingy here. And Jackson poses this question as the Cardinals. It depends on what perspective you want to take. I would imagine people now are down because they have lost 2 in a row coming off the sweep against the Guardians. This is what we go, Doug. We're going on a roller coaster. Okay.
That's right.
2 or 3 against the Reds. The first 2 against the Cubs. Oh, no. Lost 2 to the Cubs. Oh, good. 1-3 against the Guardians. Oh, no. Lost 2 to the Pirates. So Jackson's question is this. In your lifetime or time covering these Redbirds, is there a season or time in a season that could be used as a comparison to this one when it relates to the trade deadline? That is the question. I have an answer. However, I'm going to yield my time to the dais to see if you boys have anything first. But I have an answer, and I will tell you if the season you use is the season that I'm thinking of.
You're asking the question, has there been another season where they're kind of contenders? And should they make a trade to bolster or should they subtract? Is that what the question is? We've lost Jack.
I'm sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett, who penned the question. Doug, your pupil over here, is saying, Professor, could you further explain this?
Sorry, I was like a coach, like say, run this drill, and I wouldn't go soda or something.
Right. The question is basically, he said, is there another time similar to this season? So is that any season where they have to ask themselves the question, are we contenders or pretenders? Are we adding or subtracting?
I think there's an element of that, and then kind of encompassing the transition period that the Cardinals are going through. I think including Mozeliak's final season as Pobo is an important factor.
Don't say Pobo.
Because I think that adds an element in what Chaim Bloom wants to do, kind of to set the beginning of his tenure with the Cardinals. You know, I think that is what makes this so interesting, as well as, the trade deadline.
So I'm looking for a comp here. And the team's not great, not much is expected. Whereas in 11, you had Pujols, Molina, still was considered a World Series.
Matt the Bat.
2009. Oh, you're on the team. So in 11, you're I thought you meant when they acquired him in 09. So I think it would have to be more of a recent one, like 21 or something. But I don't have a specific.
It's a good analogy. Jackson's lone wispy pubes not happy. It's a stupid ass question, and no one has the balls to tell Jackson that it is.
It's okay because he wouldn't hear us.
Okay. No one ever criticizes work.
Now I'm going back a good ways, and this season wound up being great. But I would say 2001. And in 2001, the Cardinals actually were sellers, as weird as it is. I mean, very minor sellers. They traded away a reliever by the name of Jason Christensen. But that season, it was kind of just hovering and really in a weird spot, to the point that even when the deadline rolled around, they weren't sure whether or not they should buy or sell. And then weirdly, a move that they made, trading Ray Lankford away, brought in a guy who at the time, at this point in the season, July 2nd, was not on the Cardinals. He was on the San Diego Padres, and Woody Williams, who became their second best starter, because Matt Morris had a hell of a year in 2001. And so I think what could wind up happening, if the Cardinals are going to take that trajectory as opposed to, say, fading like they did when they were kind of hovering in 16, 17, and 18 and not making the playoffs, is a deal in which they're giving up somebody who might not necessarily have a long-term future in St. Louis, whether that's because of free agency or if they decide, and I don't know if they're close to this, going, okay, the Jordan Walker thing, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen here. And he's got some value because of the perceived upside that might be bring somebody on who winds up helping you out quite a bit, perhaps in the rotation, because the Cardinal rotation is actually what made them dangerous in the playoffs that year. Matt Morris and Woody Williams and Darryl Kyle were the top 3 starters. And at the time, I don't think that those names, and maybe even now those names don't sound significant, but those guys could deal. And they took the eventual world champions to the bottom of the 9th of the deciding game before the Diamondbacks beat them. So that would be the positive way to look at it. If you wanted to look at it from a negative standpoint, 16, 17, and 18, where they were kind of hovering, but it didn't feel like they were a great team. The difference then is that in 16 in particular and 17, you're coming off of being in the NLCS and World Series in 11, NLCS in 12, NLCS in World Series in 13, NLCS in 14, and a 100-win season in 15. And so the thought process was, well, of course they're going to get it together. Now, coming off of 23 and 24, the thought process is, these guys, even if they do make a move, it's not going to be a big one, and they're not going to get it together anyway. So I think it's about a perception thing, kind of like the same way Doug Armstrong. It's kind of gone, I don't get this move. I don't know much about Mailloux, but I like Bolduc. God, but, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. The Cardinals don't get that benefit of the doubt, and so I think people go into it, understandably so, with some skepticism.
Yeah, 16, 17, 18 were the quiet years, right?
Purgatory.
Where they were doing little. The 21 move, even though they were John Lester, it sounds wrong to say a dumpster dive, but at that point in his career. When you include it with
Wade LeBlanc and Jay Happ.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you're like, what are we really adding here? It worked out. 22, Quintana, Montgomery, the last time they were somewhat bold and trying to bolster their chances. And you did have Albert on a heater, so it made sense to sort of go for it then. Yeah, I can't think of a great comp to Jackson's question. It's killed some time, which is great work by you, Jackie. I don't know that there's a comp where they were just kind of hanging around and you're not sure where they're headed as a franchise, because this is the first time they've ever really said in 30 years, we're kind of resetting. Because in the past, they're always like, hey, we're in it. We like our club. We'll see what happens. We just want to get in. This is the first time where they've said we're kind of stepping back.
And as they reset, they still don't have answers on a couple of key pieces to that reset.
You still don't really have a solid outfield.
Yeah, do you still know what Gorman is or what Walker is or Scott? I think you're comfortable with Mason Wynn. Beyond that, I'm not sure they have any.
We can't say Pozo's name
answers
without laughing.
No, because he doesn't look like a professional athlete, but good Lord, does he hit. So I don't know that they have the answers to this yet. I don't know how you could have a definitive answer on Nolan Gorman and Jordan Walker and Victor Scott, even Lars Nootbaar. I'm not sure that you know. So that's what makes it difficult for them.
They will have quite a spot here because there is some significant value to the next 4 games. You want to avoid a sweep against Pittsburgh. So surprisingly, you're dealing with that coming up this morning at 11:35. And then you've got the series with the Cubs. If these things were to go off the rails, granted, at that point, you're still only in the first/second week of July, but it can steer things toward, okay, there isn't a whole lot of room for error if they do want to be in a position to acquire, take your pick of whatever it would be, pitcher, bullpen, or outfield help. No matter what, as Katie Wu wrote yesterday, talking about the Cardinals spot with the trade deadline, they're not going to leverage the future to try to increase significantly their chances for 2025.
Tim, what if the comp is the Blues' recent season, where they were in the middle of a reset, they're right at the All-Star break, they're not really sure if they're in it or not, trying to decide, should we trade a Binnington? Cardinals have a Hillsley, kind of an established, do we send a message to the team, all right, this year it's not happening, we're still building towards the future? I think the thought process is a little bit similar.
Yeah. They're in a spot. They need a Four Nations reset coming up, and maybe the All-Star break will provide that. Joey Vitale is going to join us on Blues Moves yesterday, and also farm animals in his neighborhood, in his yard. We Will Wander, presented by Schaefer Door Company. Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door, the sponsor of Joey Vitale's appearances here on TMA. Usually on Fridays. Today it will be Wednesday. The show is off on 4th of July. But we will have Joey coming up here in the next segment. Mentality is a longtime TMA sponsor. Grateful for their support and ask that you support the sponsors. Love the show. Support the sponsors. It's the only thing that matters. Mentality is a local healthcare facility where you can get your numbers checked. If you are dealing with low energy, low motivation, you've put on some weight, maybe you're working out, but you're not putting on muscle like you used to. If you're feeling anxious, moody, irritable, lack of focus, or mental clarity, those are symptoms of low testosterone. And Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform their very best. Mentality can help you out with board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. I went out there. I got tested. I was in and out in 20 minutes. Super knowledgeable and friendly staff. Mentality focuses on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, ensuring your treatment is tailored to your body. It's Mentality. If you want to learn more, go to mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio to find out more information. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Joey Vitale joining us next. Brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's Flooring is online at igotfloored.com. And Michael has been owning and operating Michael's Flooring going back 31 years. We're talking about local family ownership. So if you're sitting there and looking at your house and going, man, we really could do some updating here, that's where Michael's can help you out. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. That's right, 3 samples for free from Proximity Mills. Michael's family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael takes great pride in the work that his staff does and the relationships he has with his customers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it is back in style. And they have so many varieties of all flooring, and have 3 easy to get to locations in St. Louis. They are in Creve Coeur, they are in Garden Prairie, and they are in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com. Doug, is this your jam or is it Joey Vitale's jam?
It must be Joey's because it's not mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome to the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel, the great Joey Vitale, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. Doug, there he is. He's right here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Joey.
Morning, boys. How we doing?
Oh, we're fine. Fine. You?
Fine. I don't like that word. That's the worst four-letter word.
Gosh,
it's already starting,
in
Doug.
the history of the world. Fine. Fine means you don't need to do you don't need to do anything different, but you're kind of complacent where you're at. Fine's not a good word, Doug. Let's get that day turned around.
Well, okay, I'm average. I'm doing average.
I don't know if that's better, honestly.
It's the same.
Okay. Well, that's just kind of where I am.
Joey, you back from Dallas?
Back from the Big D, yes. Nationals were great. Thank you for asking. You're a good friend, Tim. You remember the details of my life. You're a busy man, too. Dallas was awesome. The girls completely achieved a little bit higher than they were probably zeroed into. Their team came in, I think, 13 or 14th in the country. They ended up losing in the Elite Eight gold bracket, so they kind of finished with a group of kids in that top 5 in the country, which is remarkable. It was a wonderful weekend, but, volleyball aside, it was nice to spend some one-on-one time with my oldest, who she's kind of the mother hen here, if you will, with all the other kids running around. So she's always a lot of responsibility put on her shoulders. So as any parent out there, I'm sure you guys know that the one-on-one time, especially when you get out of the city of St. Louis, to really kind of focus in on them. It was special. It was remarkable, actually, and I'm really, really grateful we had that time together.
Huh. There really is something to that birth order thing, how kids are different depending on where they were born, first or last, and how they grow up and what it leads to them in the future. You really become more of a leader, I think, as the older kid. Do you notice that with your children?
I do. The old school Italians, maybe other people are like this too, but my dad was the oldest of 6, and God rest his soul. He had a very tough childhood. My nanu from Sicily was very tough on him. But the mindset, or I guess the idea behind it is, you as parents, you're limited. You can only do so much, especially with big families. So you just have to be super strict, if you will, and making sure the oldest turn out as best as they can, because now they're the leaders of this next group. And to your point, Doug, it's true where that birth order not only changes because of what they're around with their siblings, but also, it's interesting as I think more and more about it, just because, I have 5 kids and, Tim, your 2 little ones and whoever, it's like, yes, they have the same father. Like my 5 kids have me as their father, but I'm not the same father to all of them. Like, where I was in my life when I had Summer 14 years ago is like I'm in a completely different place than when I had Shep 3 years ago. Yeah, so yes, I'm the same human, but I'm also going through stuff as well, and I'm changing every single day. So, you look at people in life and people say, you have 2 kids and one turns out, maybe a super success story, and then the other one maybe not so much. Like, well, how does that happen? The 2 kids, same parents. Well, yeah, they're the same parents physically, but they're very different parents because they probably had those kids at very different times in their life. And I can't get my own life together, let alone try to raise these kids. So yeah, it is interesting. It's interesting to see the order, and it's interesting to see them kind of group together and be amongst themselves. And like I said, for the oldest, our daughter Summer, she's always helping out, always with the kids. She's gonna be a great mom one day. But right now, it was just nice to grab her for a little one-on-one time.
You think Summer ever says to Shep, "Oh, you're lucky. You should have seen the dad I got back in the day."
Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. I mean, my son Shep, he's a youngest of 5. This is a true story. 3 weeks ago, I'm in my dining room, and like any parent out there, I'm sure you can relate. But it's summertime, and we were trying to get into the weeds of summer, and I'm like going crazy because there's no structure, and I'm talking to my wife. We're like, we got to sit down and we got to figure out how these summer days. We got to get some form of structure built in, at least the morning, because it's just chaos. I mean, it's just kids waking up at 10, like hanging out, watching, Big City Greens till 1 in the afternoon. No one's had breakfast. I mean, it was just chaos. So I was like, sitting down, I'm like, we got to figure this out. So I sit down with the oldest 3, and, Birdie and Shep, our 2 youngest, are in the other room kind of playing with some toys, and we're kind of getting in the weeds of, maybe habit stacking a little bit or just trying to get the life together a little bit. And all of a sudden it's been like 15, 20 minutes and we can't find Shep, and we're looking all over the place. Not really panic because he's a survivor, but I swear to God, I go outside and here's Shep. He's wearing his How to Train Your Dragon outfit, full costume. It's like 120-degree heat index outside. He's got a dragon costume, and he's holding one of our little silky chickens, and he's hanging out right by the street here at Argonne. And cars are just flying by, looking at this little 3-year-old in a dragon costume holding up chickens. He's like 2 feet from the road. So, yeah, I guess to answer your question, I probably would have never allowed Summer to do that when she was 3. But I think Shep's going to probably be okay down the road. Just right now, we just got to keep him off the road and away from the chickens.
Hey, when does we keep him away from the chickens, Doug? I need you to help out on that. Since Joey just gave out his address. When does he turn 4?
He turns 4 in August. He's 2 days. He's August 9th, 2 days after Sid the Kid. Heard of him? 8'7".
Oh, Lord.
6:45.
Martin, 6:45 if you're in California, 8:45 if you're in St. Louis.
I told my wife August 7th, like, hey, what are you thinking? What are you thinking? She's like, I don't know. It's just that. I'm like, well, Sid the Kid's birthday's today. I think he'd be an absolute legend if he was born on the same day as my buddy, my bestie, Sid the Kid. And she's like, Joe, I'm just going to allow him to come when he comes. I'm like, you sure? So I'm like loading her up with spicy food, and I'm trying to pinch that little area. If you go to the women, if your woman out there is she's going to be giving birth here soon, there's like a little behind her ankle. There's like a little ligament. If you pinch that ligament and kind of rub that ligament, apparently it's supposed to induce labor. So I'm pinching these ligaments behind her ankle and feeding her Nacho Mamas. Shout out Nacho Mamas. Love Nacho Mamas.
Time to take a break.
Love me. Nacho Mamas during COVID. Nacho Mamas during
Margaritas
COVID.
to go.
Oh, Marty, you're all over it. So they somehow.
Oh, I think you're distracting him, Jackson. I think you may have knocked him off.
Sorry, Joe.
You can't knock me off, Jackson. Nacho Mamas, they have a loophole somewhere. I don't know where this has been grandfathered in, but they actually
might be ending right now.
Yeah, at the drive-through. So you go through the drive-through, and I'm thinking my wife during COVID, we're like, hey, we need Nacho Mamas tonight. I don't have anything for dinner. Da da da. So I would do my due diligence, and I would volunteer to go to Nacho Mamas, and then I would buy 4 margaritas. I think I came home with 1, and then we'd eventually have another good night. Anyway, so I pumped her with Nacho Mamas. She couldn't have Shep, unfortunately, on 8/7. It would have been a doozy, a dandy of a day where I could celebrate Sid the Kid's birthday and my son, but she selfishly waited 2 more days, and we had him on August 9th.
So will he be? I'm trying to see if we'll have kids in the same class. I think we will. Doug, do you know the cutoff for when kids are in the same class?
No.
Martin, do you know the cutoff? Because my son is 3 as well, but doesn't turn 4 until
right
January.
August.
Yeah,
something.
So January. So and that's your little guy, not Jameson. What's the other little booger's name?
Aiden.
Little booger.
Aiden, little booger. He's a cute little booger. So Aiden and the Shep dog should be in the same class. So Shep's going to be old. He'll be in August, and then your son's going to be right in the middle.
He'll be in the sweet spot. Nice. But he's born in January, and as I've learned here, finding a little bit about the hockey community, there are a number of Canadians and maybe some Americans who aggressively attempt to procreate in late March, early April, so they can have children born in January, which is advantageous for hockey.
Yes. Yeah, so a true gestation period for a female is actually 10 months. So
it is? I thought it was 40 weeks.
No, look it up. 10 months.
Okay.
So if you work backwards, yes, you're the complete psychopaths out there who strategically plan the night where they want to what's it called when you have a baby? Not conceptualize, conceive. Conceive, when you want to conceive a baby, they try to do it within the month where then their baby's going to be born in January. Because hockey is all based off birth years, the year you were born. A January 12th, 1985 baby is going to be playing hockey one day with a December 16th, 1985 baby. So you look at that like, okay, so what's the big deal? Well, the big deal is that, especially around the puberty age, a January baby compared to a December baby, I mean, that's almost 12 full months of completely different advantage of development. So, it's actually an interesting book called The Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell. I recommend it to anyone. His first chapter talks about this. He's watching a junior hockey game up in Canada, and he's looking at this roster. And it kind of inspired him to write this, New York best-selling book. And he's looking at the roster, and he's noticing all these boys who are, 16, 18 years old. The vast majority of these boys are born in January, February, and March. And he's like, is that a coincidence? So he went across the board. He started diving in a little bit more. And he recognized that, no, across the board it is. And he realized that through hockey, it's a birth year process where now these kids, it just so happens that a huge advantage that they had was just the year you're born, which kind of ties into the bigger picture of athletics and athletes who make it, as we all know, and whether these athletes who win these ESPYs and make it into the Hall of Fame will ever admit, it's a lot of it's just pure luck. Like it is. It's just pure timing and pure luck with when you're born, who saw you at a certain time. So that's the reality that probably a lot of these professional athletes, either they don't know or they don't want to tell people because they want to self-proclaim that they've worked so hard their whole life. And certainly working hard is important, but you got to have a good environment, which is luck. You got to be drafted, be seen at the right time, which is luck. Your parents had to conceive you at the right time, so that's kind of a lot of luck.
Sure.
You're still in liquid form.
Like the gestation period.
The point is,
liquid form. Clip that off.
We like to read books and talk smart things too.
How about that Butestead?
Hey, I'm telling you, I know fans are a little up in arms a little bit. I know some people were kind of, nipping around. Hey, we lost Fox. Good for Radek Fox. I think he deserves every penny. I think he's a stud. Dallas is going to bring him back. I think they, realize. And we all had the girl, right? The one that got away that you don't realize how good it is that you lost it. You've been there, Doug. Come on.
Well, sure, yeah. Oh, gosh, yeah. Just like Doug's dad.
What was her name? The one that you didn't realize what you had until she was gone.
Oh, Chasey Lane.
I really didn't have one. I just said that to go along with your first comment.
Okay. Well, anyway, we all have.
I haven't lived that exciting of a life.
That was good. That was good. We lost him. Now we got him back. So anyway, Dallas got him back. This Nick Bukestad, whenever we go to Utah and Arizona, I'm actually, one of my favorite lines to watch was that Bukestad-Krause line. They had kind of a different winger with them. Sometimes it was O'Brien. But they were a steady, structured third line where I think they were big, they were physical. I've always loved Krause. And Bukestad, to me, was just a little bit below him. But he's a huge kid. Can he stabilize that fourth line? That's their hope. And they're going to do it with a smaller salary than what Radek Fox clearly could make, and they couldn't afford it. But I think Bukestad, of all the people out there, he can. Like I said, big centerman. He can play the wing as well. He's strong on draws. He's a disturber. The question becomes is, can he be as consistently dependable as Radek Fox was, guys? Because that fourth line, to me, that was the fourth line that Jim Montgomery told us heading into round one of the playoffs that this year turned around. This past season he was talking about. It really turned around in December, and it was that fourth line that really established for us the culture of what we want to do. They were physical, they were energized, they were dependable, they were tuned into the details of the games, the stopping, the starting, the reattacking, the reloading, the blocking shots. Everything they did, every line picked on that fourth line and said, this is how we have to implement our game. So the question becomes, can Nick come in and replace Radek Fox with a Walker and Korchenko on those wings and really establish for Jim Montgomery what he called basically the foundation of how their year got turned around? And like I said, he's not Radek in my mind yet, but I do think we have a player here, and I'm excited to see him in the Blues uniform.
What about the big deal yesterday, though? What about the big deal?
Yeah, I think that seeing Zachary Bolduc leave, that was a tough one, because I look at a kid who has done nothing but turn in from a boy to a man. I've loved seeing him get drafted. He really struggled in his first couple main camps. And then all of a sudden, this past summer, he comes into camp, heading into last season, and he just bulked up. And he finally filled out his body. He started the year, he struggled. Then they make the coaching change, and Jim Montgomery's very first game up in Madison Square Garden, Bolduc has his first 2 of the year, and then he almost finishes the year with 20. So it's saying a lot about how well he did under Montgomery. I think he finally found his groove, and you're thinking, okay, here's a guy that can score 30 goals for you maybe next year or even the year after. So you lose a wonderful prospect, you lose a wonderful young player in Zachary Bolduc, but at the same time, we're kind of overloaded on that right side. For the longest time, we were even talking last week, guys, about Jordan Kyrou. Hopefully I put all those rumors to bed because of the numbers and the salary he's making. It just doesn't make sense. Clearly, it didn't make sense for Doug Armstrong, and they kept Jordan Kyrou. Well, now the problem with that is now you're kind of logjam on that right side. What's the problem with being logjammed? Well, a Kyrou and a Snuggerud, those guys, to really find their level of excellence, you got to be giving those guys 19, 20 minutes a night, sometimes more. When you have a Snuggerud, Kyrou, and then all of a sudden a Zachary Bolduc, there's too much talent to me on that side where you got to really disperse that talent. And I think that the limits become more minimal for like a Jordan Kyrou and Jimmy Snuggerud, which is really not what you want. So I think that it was a really smart move to, A, keep Kyrou. Snuggerud's obviously a stud, and then you have to move on from someone, and unfortunately the odd man out was Zachary Bolduc. The Jimmy Snuggerud one, I think he changed the game. I think he comes in last year from the University of Minnesota. He loses in the tournament, joins the Blues. He took me by surprise. I think he took the city by surprise. I think he even took Doug Armstrong by surprise. I didn't think he would adjust so quickly, and boy, did he ever. Now, him coming in, establishing himself that he is NHL ready and he can make a difference right away, that to me changed the whole game. It changed everything, right? So now you're looking at who we got to lose on that right side, and they lose a great player in Zachary Bolduc. However, now they bring in a young defenseman, a big defenseman that fits the mold of what the Blues are trying to do. You remember last year, the Blues did something that really no other team did as well, which propelled them to excellence and making it to the playoffs in the very final day of the regular season, and that was their defensemen changed the game. Getting Cam Fowler, skating, mobile, moving defenseman that can shoot the puck, he really was that last spark, maybe even the catalyst to grab this defensive group and allow Mike Weber, the defense coach here, to play a different style. And that style is D that jump up, D that join the rush, heck, D that stay in the offense. I mean, that second half of the year, you had Colton Parayko below the offensive goal line. You had Cam Fowler pinching it. And sometimes, guys, we had 2 defensemen below the dots in the offensive zone with 2 forwards at the point. So that's the style that Jim Montgomery wants to play. Now you need players that can play it. Towards the end of the year, they had a little bit of a hole. Nick Leddy was playing on his right side. You had left-handed shots playing on the right side because they just didn't have the depth on the right. You got Parayko, you got Falk, those are great. But you just needed someone else there. And they look at this young kid as a guy that's NHL ready. I think Montreal just gave him a little bit of an opportunity, but he's kind of buried in the minors. And Doug and company certainly see something. His height, his mobility, he can shoot the puck. I remember seeing a couple highlights of him. He can whip the puck. So I think that he really caters to this mold. In the offensive zone, the Blues, they're defensive, they pinch, they're aggressive. They need an offensive thinking defenseman, especially on that right side. They found him. Yeah, you had to give up a great kid in Zachary Bolduc, but clearly I think that it definitely fits. It fits and hopefully fills a hole that is much needed here on this back end.
Would you think at this point they're pretty comfortable with the roster as it is, or would you expect them to make more moves?
I think they're comfortable with it, Doug. I mean, would they like a second-line center, third-line center? Then you can move Braden Shen around a little bit. Yeah, but welcome to the club. There's 25-plus teams that probably need that, right? So everyone has a need for that. There's just not the player out there that's available, or maybe you're not willing to give up to get it. I think this team that's built right now will compete and be equally, if not a little bit better than they were last year. I think Doug knows that. I don't foresee many other major moves happening, especially as free agency continues to dwindle down and you're seeing players get, signing different places all over the place. So I think the most has been done. I think right around July 1 in the draft is when you see the most noise, and I think that we've kind of seen all the noise we need to see. The Foxa replaced by Bukestad, that was a big one. Now I think your focus really kind of turns into, re-upping these players that are going to be up here in a little bit. Number one is Cam Fowler. I think you got to start thinking about, where is this money coming from? How are we going to situate this contract? Because you got to start locking up these guys that contracts are kind of coming to an end. So to me, that's probably the priority right now for Doug Armstrong after the few moves he's made.
We saw it last year with Buchnevich. Somebody mentioned it yesterday. Strick was here. Hey, could Holloway play center? How difficult is that for a wing to say, all right, I can move over? It seemed like Buchnevich really threw off his season last year. Why is that so difficult?
Well, I mean, it's like a setter in volleyball. If you guys know volleyball, I mean, the setter runs the show, right? The setter controls the tempo. The setter decides where to put the ball. If a setter's off, the team's off. If the quarterback's off, the football team's off. If you're not having good pitching, it's the center. The center is your engine, right? The center is for anyone new to the sport. The centerman, you're a rover. They put me at center because I couldn't think. They don't need you thinking. They need you just reading, reacting, and going. If you're a spider, right? They kind of put you on the wing. So those are the guys that those personalities that can really watch a game, analyze a game, break down a game, and then react to the game. And then you have the bulls, right? The bulls are the ones that kind of you put in the middle that just read and react. There's less thinking, there's more just going. So with that being said, it's really a personality shift. You really have to have the personality to play center. And that's what I always get a kick out of, some parents when they say to me, my son's just not aggressive, right? We've all heard that. We probably told it to our own kids. I need you to be more aggressive. I need you to go. Look at little Johnny. Johnny's just going. Look how he just goes. Well, little Johnny's a bull. Like he's built to just go. He's not a thinker, right? He's an extrovert. An extrovert personality. We do things, and then we do them, and then we're like, oh God, why did I just do that? Right? A lot of people out there probably know what I'm talking about. And then the introvert personality is, oh, we're going to do that? Let me think about every single situation and outcome, and then I'll decide, do I want to do this? So the winger is more of an introvert personality where you have to read, react, analyze. And then the centerman's more of an extrovert where you just have to go. So for Buchnevich, and I don't know this because I haven't directly talked to him about spiders and bulls, but I would imagine.
I wish you would. I really wish you would. Maybe on one of the plane rides next year.
We should. I think that he's an observer. He likes to see the game, think the game, break down the game, and go. I mean, if you ever talk to Buchnevich on the side, he's a fascinating character, not only from the different facts and things he knows, but he really studies the game. Like, he'll show up and he's like, hey, you say on the air the other day, and I'm like, oh my God, you listen to that? He goes, I listen to everything. Like, he listens to everything. Right? He's like, what do you think about that trade? I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Like, he's like, well, why do you say that? Because of this. Like, he really knows. And a lot of times Russian and European players, you kind of put up this facade, if you will, or you kind of think that they are maybe a little bit more naive, or they don't understand the knowledge of, a media and American, free agency and the NHL. He's a very, very sharp kid. So I think that Buchnevich is a sharp winger, right? So he knows when to go, and when it's time to go, he goes, but he thinks and he goes. Does Holloway have that? I think that they're willing to see, they're willing to try it out. I think he certainly has a few things in his arsenal that makes him a center. Number one is his speed. You have to be, like I said, you're the first one back, and you're the first one sometimes in the forecheck. Right? You have to be very defensively sound and responsible. But the biggest thing I think that really Buchnevich, and he took me on the side a couple of times, and we talked about it, where he suffered the most, guys, believe it or not, was in the faceoff dot. And it's a frustrating thing when you're a winger and you don't have if you're not good at faceoffs, if you guys watch lacrosse, lacrosse is all about faceoffs. Lacrosse is all about possession, right? Think of like a 3-on-3 in overtime for the NHL, right? What's the most important part? That faceoff. Like, if you can get that opening draw, because then 3-on-3, there's so much ice and it's just possession. So for Buchnevich, he struggled because, his faceoffs were not good. And he was always starting, chasing the puck. Okay, so you're thinking out there, again, if you lose the game, what's the big deal? You lose the face-off, get it back, and go play hockey. Well, sometimes when you lose the puck, you may not get it back for 20 seconds. Is that a big deal? Well, yeah, it's a big deal. Why? Because your shift is typically 35 to 45 seconds. So now you lose that opening battle, and now you're going to spend half of your shift chasing the puck and playing defense. So that was not only physically frustrating for him, but more importantly, I think it was actually mentally and emotionally frustrating for him. Or, you feel as a centerman, now all of a sudden you're starting to let your wingers down. You're in the offensive zone. Here's an opportunity to set up a scoring chance, and now we lose it. Now we're chasing. So I think that kind of ate away at him a little bit. So I think for Dylan Holloway, if a switch is going to be made, I would imagine that they've already had that talk with him to start working on face-off, so start working on timing, start working on technique. It's not just a puck drops. Let's just, 50-50, let's start whacking at it. There's different things you can do. Paul Stastny, the former Blue, was so good. He really kind of was the trailblazer for using his inside skate. He would come in with his inside skate and kind of block the other guy's blade. Are you just a company strong like Ryan O'Reilly? Braden Shem sometimes likes to tie up. It's a lot of scouting, not only scouting your opponent, you're scouting the linesman. Are they quick releases? Right when they put the puck up, do they drop it? Do they hesitate? Do they delay? These are all the things that Steve Ott talks about with these centermen. So in order for Dylan Holloway to really establish himself as a centerman, he's really got to make sure that the faceoffs are really good. A funny story I always tell my daughter Summer, when I was a faceoff guy in Pittsburgh, my wife, she was pregnant with Summer. It was the year of 2010, 2011, and I just remember my scouts telling me, like, hey, you're undersized, you're underskilled, right? You got to work harder than everyone else. But one other thing you can do that can set yourself apart is you could just be good at face-offs. So I remember thinking, like, okay, so I'm gonna go work on that. And my wife, God love her. She was pregnant. It was a hot July summer back in 2010, and all summer long she'd come out to my parents' garage. We were living in my parents' basement because we were only home for a couple months, and we'd go out in my garage where I just shot all growing up. And big belly and all, and she would just take, 20, 30 pucks. She would sit on one of those lawn chairs, and she would just roll those pucks down. And I would win. And you know what? She was the worst face-off dropper in the history of face-off. She hated it. She was like, I got to go out here to do this again. She was almost mad just throwing them down on end. They're bouncing all over the place. But I look back at that, and I actually applaud and appreciate that because the drops were so bad. I remember thinking, like, my timing's got to be so good in order to knock this puck back because they're bouncing and just spraying everywhere. And I remember I had one of the best face-off seasons that upcoming year because I was so used to her really, really crappy draws.
Wow. And, Tim, the question was?
It was about, Doug, you were learning
about
hockey trades.
It started out something like that.
Right?
Again, I enjoyed
the base burger. I love it.
Base burger.
Joey, we always enjoy the conversation. I hesitate to ask this. We're up against a hard break for weather and traffic. But what's on the itinerary for the 4th of July weekend?
4th of July weekend, we are getting out of Dodge. We are so excited. I'm not going to tell you where because I want you to stalk me, Tim. But we are going to get out of Dodge here a little bit and find some family vacay time. Super pumped, super excited about it, actually.
So just for purpose of clarity, you will give out the street you live on, but you will not give out the location you're vacationing
for several days instead of years.
That's right. Yeah, we found a good house sitter. That was a bit of a challenge, the house sitter of just coming over and turning the lights on, running and checking on the water. We got dogs and birds and lots of chickens. So that was a little bit more of a challenge, but we found the right girl for it.
Good for you. That's a nice score. Well, enjoy the family vacation, and we will look forward to talking again next week. The great Joey Vitale, brought to you by Schaefer Door Company every week here on TMA. Schaefer Door, SCHAEFER door.com. Joey Vitale with us here on TMA. Thank you, Joey.
He hopped off.
Wow. That's surprising.
That's pre-pinkling us. That's a pre-pinkle.
Wow, he's in a hurry? This interview is amazing. Not sure if that's good or bad, but definitely amazing.
I think that's pretty accurate. That's a nice review.
A couple of what the TF's happening here. That's a lot of those.
It's something else. Joey Vitale, brought to you by Schaefer Door. Jason Gassra over at Schaefer Door sent me an email. He goes, hey, I really want to sponsor that Joey Vitale interview. I go, God bless. I don't blame you. Smart move. That's good real estate to buy up. If you're interested in getting on the program, T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. If you're interested when Adam Sandler Sandler tickets, you email the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And Design Air is a longtime sponsor of this program. Doug, you know anything about Design Air? I think you do.
Well, I do. This is where you go, the people you call if you have any kind of problem with your air conditioning this summer or with your furnace in the winter. If your heating or cooling is a guessing game, you're guessing wrong. You need to call Design Air. If you're sweating in January, wrapped in a blanket in July, give Design Air Heating and Cooling a jingle. They've been in business since 1904, which means they've been fixing furnaces before air conditioning was even a thing. It's hard to believe, but true. Seth Goldcamp is the guy in charge. He runs the ship. No gimmicks, no upsells. It's definitely not going to try to sell you something you don't need. Design Air is also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, which basically means they've got the HVAC street cred and the loyalty badge. Head to designairservice.com, schedule your service, and breathe easy. Design Air, been doing it right for more than 100 years now, and also, maybe most importantly, they're the home of the handsome repairman. A lot of people raving about Larry the Silver Fox.
Yeah, he is gorgeous. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. 2 tickets to Adam Sandler October 17th at Enterprise Center. Tickets are on sale now, and you can find out more about the show at 101ESPN.com and have a bonus chance to win at 101ESPN.com or the 101 mobile app. Take a break, come back with the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour on TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals back in action today, taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates. It's going to be an 11:35 p.m. or a.m. I should say. First pitch, rare a.m. First pitch for the Cardinals. Sonny Gray on the mound against Pittsburgh, trying to salvage one game out of this series with the Pirates. That was their Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Jackson, the theme today is celebrating the United States of America.
Is it really?
That's right.
Great.
It's more of a little protest bat. I ain't no senator's son.
Yeah. But
who's he taking a shot at right there? Specifically?
I think in general,
song came
getting out of service.
69 is when the song came out.
Some didn't have that option.
So very real pivot point in American history.
I like that Someday Never Comes by CCR.
It's TMA. Fresh off a Joey Vitale conversation brought to you by Schaefer Door. Doug, you know about that Schaefer Door? That's Jason Gosrow.
That's who it is. I also know how to spell it.
No way.
Schaefer. They're concerned about that because there's a couple of businesses around that are Schaefer, and it's
now spell Hellebuck.
That I cannot do. Okay. Schaefer, Schaefer.
Put a Y somewhere, man.
It's best to call or text them at 636-782-3608 after you've looked up Schaefer. This is just a name that you need to have in your mind when something goes wrong with your garage door, because sooner or later it will. So put Schaefer Door on a Post-it note or something. Put it up there by that garage door button. So when it happens, you'll go, oh, I know who to call. I call Schaefer Door. They have that special Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. They also service commercial doors. So if you run a business or warehouse with those big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. The business has multiple family members that have worked there for many years, big enough for any kind of job you could throw at them, small enough so that when you call, you'll actually talk to a real person on the other end of the phone. Service decks are not commission-based, so you don't have to worry about that either. Their website is schaeferdoor.com. Here's the number again, 636, write it down now, 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
I see Brendan Donovan is starting today on the Southside Seamen, the most storied fantasy sports team in the history of the game, but I can't find the Cardinal lineup. Has anybody seen it?
I saw it somewhere.
Cardinals don't have it. Anybody? Okay, I crowdsourced really badly.
I think I can remember what I saw. It was
Donovan, Wynn, Burleson, Gorman.
Nice, Martin.
Newt Barr back in the lineup. He'll hit fifth, and he's in left. Sajaci is at third because Gorman is going to DH, and Arenado's got the finger injury.
Right.
Jose Fermin takes that Hampson spot in right field. Pedro
Hampson gets the day off.
Yeah, we're going to rest Hampson. He's still unpacking. Page's behind the plate. Victor Scott the second in center. Donovan, Wynn, Burleson, Gorman, Newt, Sajaci, Fermin, Page, Scott. Looks a little light.
Not the strongest lineup they've ever put on the field.
Don't have Herrera, don't have Arenado.
Now, the place that I have gone to wager, and I think you were in studio, Martin, when I told the story of my account getting hacked into.
Yes, because you were betting on a lot of Mexican soccer.
The person who accessed my account did. Maybe I'm off on that. Maybe they actually just took the money out and it was going to Mexico. I don't know. I just saw it and go, oh my God, all my money's gone. I still haven't been able to get an answer on it. So that is my non-live read for offshore wagering. So I can't get into where I usually wager to see what the run total is for today's festivities.
Because you're thinking the under.
The thing about it is, Martin, is you got Sonny Gray pitching, and we saw what he did in the last start, but don't get caught up in the prisoner of the moment thing, because oftentimes you'll see guys deal, and then their next start, especially if they go a little deep, and I realize, considering what he did, he didn't throw a lot of pitches, there can be regression. But Keller is a damn good pitcher for, the fact that he doesn't have a great record, but that's part of the joy of being a Pittsburgh Pirates starter. Ask Skeens about that with his ERA. And then you see the Cardinal lineup. The over-under I'm seeing is 7.5.
Yeah, I'm seeing it 8 some places, but 7.5.
That strikes me as high considering, but it's so inviting that it makes me think.
Over?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like the Cardinal bats are due.
But it makes no sense with the data we have of a Sonny Gray start, Mitch Keller start, and then the lineup that the Cardinals are trotting out there. I don't need to look up the Pirates lineup. I won't know any of those MFers anyway. So that's what I got for you, Doug. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do, but because I'm a degenerate, I'll do something.
I don't know. You always say that the getaway games have low scoring.
That's what I'm saying.
So go for it. Trust your gut. Trust the big picture.
How many units should I put on it?
Oh, I would say the typical 20,000.
20,000 going in.
20,000.
A lot of at bats against Keller over the years. Nolan Gorman's got a couple of home runs against Keller.
Bill.
Burley, don't call him Alec or Alex, as Strick tried. Alec has a home run against Keller. So does Contreras, not in the lineup. Yeah, you take Contreras, Arenado, Herrera, those three out of the lineup, it looks quite different.
Yeah.
Garrett Hampson not playing, Doug. He's 0 for 2 in his career against Keller, so that explains
Why can't they get him in there more?
Gotta find a way.
That explains it.
Gotta find a way to
How about Newt, 8 for 21 against Keller?
Sample size season.
Okay. Well,
Mason wins 6 for 18. Starting to think the over's the play, Doug. Cardinal bats explode in Pittsburgh. Take that, you buccos.
Should I bench Keller and not have him exposed to this Cardinal lineup today?
I wouldn't.
It looks like a lineup, but that's, you never know.
This says the Cardinals have a 60% chance of winning.
Wow, how do they know?
Yeah.
Well, how does any gambler know?
Ollie, did you hear you have a 60% chance of winning? It's Ollie's birthday, by the way.
Oh, happy birthday. What is he, 38, 9?
39, and they are 3-0 previously on his birthday.
Oh.
So there's
that might be enough to get me rolling.
That's enough?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're thinking about that as a hitter? You're facing a guy throwing really hard, and you're thinking, well, normally I wouldn't get a hit, but doggone it, it's Ollie's birthday.
I like a sentimental bet,
Okay.
You guys like Nuggets? Fun facts?
Yes, I do. I love them.
Cards and Pirates. Yes, they're 3-0 on Ollie's birthday. Starting pitcher Sonny Gray, the stopper of the day. In his last 10 starts versus Pittsburgh, he is 7-1. The teams he's pitched for, including others before the Cardinals, 9-1. So Sonny Gray versus the Pirates, Ollie's birthday. Tim, you roll that into 2, and you got yourself a lock.
Wow. So a 5-star lock has been released, and it's the Cardinals and the over, and we're going to parlay that with 20,000 units, Doug. Let's go get them and set up a big 4th of July weekend. Hello again, everybody.
Hello.
And we had a guarantee from a listener the other day that Kyrou would be traded.
That's correct. That was Stephen Time. He sent in a statement apologizing and saying he got his information from a fake Twitter account.
So what if I'm being sent fake game notes, and these are not accurate for Ollie's birthday or the Sonny Gray numbers? That's from the great friend of the show, Chris Tuno, who helped us book Michael Hellman. These game notes, courtesy Tunes.
I mean, it's got to stink for Mitch Keller. I mean, he's
2-10.
He's got a 3.9 ERA, which isn't world-ending by any means, but not bad. And he has a 2-10 record.
It's just unbelievable. But yet, nobody is playing better than the Pirates.
And they're not giving up runs either.
It's amazing.
When it comes time for him to hit the free agent market, other teams will know who he is and what he's done.
For sure.
Doug, you love these ESPN columns from David Schoenfeld.
Oh.
Now, hold on a second.
Is he making stuff up or what?
This just posted on ESPN.com. Player every team should trade for or away this July.
So every team has one they want to get rid of and one they need to get?
Yes.
How about if they all get Ohtani? I would recommend that highly.
But you just ended the column, Martin.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's an easy column to write.
In the Cardinals' case, he has a trade for. And the player that he says the Cardinals should trade for...
Initials, please.
MK.
Mike Keller. Mitch Kaputnik. Is he still playing?
No, he retired.
MK.
What if it's Mitch Keller? That'd be interesting.
It's not, though.
Get it done before the first pitch.
Matt Cooperman? Matt Kellogg.
No, you're getting close. It's Merrill Kelly.
Merrill Kelly. Oh, okay.
Kelly is the type of pitcher that used to be called a bulldog. He battles, he's tough, and he gets the most out of an arsenal that features a pedestrian 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Every team would love to have him in its rotation, and for what it's worth, he was excellent in the 23 postseason for Arizona when he posted a 2.25 ERA across 4 starts. He had a 9-run blow-up in his second outing of 2025, but is pitching better than ever since then with a 2.83 ERA and more strikeouts than innings pitched. The Cardinals continue to exceed expectations, and Kelly's $7 million contract would be especially attractive to them or any team looking for a starter at an affordable rate, for that matter. As for the need, the Cardinals rank in the middle of the pack in the majors in rotation ERA, but Eric Fetty, Andre Palante, and Miles Michaelis are averaging fewer than 6.5 strikeouts per 9. St. Louis is 26th in rotation strikeout rate. Kelly would give them a better strikeout pitcher to go alongside Sonny Gray to head to a potential playoff rotation. There you go.
Nice to have him, but why would Arizona, who's only 3 out in the wild card, trade him?
You'll have to ask Dave and Show it.
Okay, I'm not going to ask him.
Is there a comment section? Maybe Doug can chime in. Who are they trading? Who should the Cardinals trade? Did he say?
That is not listed.
Oh, sorry.
So that's really like a sports open line situation.
Oh, okay.
No payoff?
It just seems like there's no reason. For all the reason the Cardinals would want Kelly is the same reason the Diamondbacks want him.
The Diamondbacks are 43 and 42. Zach Gallen, who had been a world beater since leaving the Cardinals, looked incredibly rough here as of late. And then he goes out last night and... Doug, do you remember the Angela Bassett vehicle, how Stella got her groove back? Was that 91, 92?
I don't know the years. I don't.
I think it was Tay Diggs who helped find her groove. Zach Gallen got his groove back last night, and he went to dealing. So maybe the Cardinals can get Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen.
Get them both. Because Arizona, with playoff hopes of their own, would really love to get rid of 2 good pitchers.
Maybe the Cardinals can trade them. Fetty.
Hampson?
Hampson.
Apparently
You're
got a lot of value.
Just like that?
For 2 good pitchers.
That's not fair. We just got Hampson.
Pick him up on the scrap heap for nothing and turn him around for 2 good pitchers. That's a nice deal.
But overall, I feel pretty good about where the club is. Obviously.
So there it is. The Cardinals are going to get Merrill Kelly from a playoff team.
Okay. So, yeah, makes sense. And who are they losing? Who are the Cardinals losing? Did he come up with?
It doesn't say.
Oh, I
Don't
thought
worry
this
about
was
it. Don't worry
one that you. I thought this poll was who do they need and who do they need to get rid of.
So did I, and then I read the article and it wasn't.
Doggone it!
I got you.
I knew I hated that article.
How are the Padres not better? Even the Giants made their Devers
Jackson
move.
was right on this Schilt terminated hot seat thing.
Seat's getting warmer and warmer, man.
They're behind the
Something's
Cardinals.
got to be done.
And Gallen had been garbage, but last night he went 7, struck out 10, and allowed 1 earned run to
I asked the chairman during the break if we could find the Contreras audio because he did talk after the game, talk to the Cat, and when he was asked why he's been hit so many times, 14 times, leads the National League, he said we don't really protect our guys. He basically called out the pitchers.
Wow.
Yeah, and he made reference to, I should have brought this up much earlier in terms of pulling the audio, but he basically said we don't protect our guys. Like, I'm forgetting the exact phrase that he used because Jim Hayes said, why do you think you keep getting hit? And he said, bad luck. Maybe they're coming inside. Maybe we're not protecting our guys. In other words, we got to kind of dial it up a little bit with the other team.
Well, we saw that go on with, speaking of Mike Schilt and Dave Roberts, when the Padres and Dodgers were getting together. Mm-hmm. And whereas Schilt is catching some hell from some Padres fans, I think baseball, especially kind of old school baseball fans, loved what he did. It's like, okay, Tatis keeps getting hit. This crap keeps going on. Yeah, we're going to do what we got to do. This is the way that it goes. You don't like it? It's fine. Don't hit our guys. That hadn't crossed my mind. So that's why, outside of him, I haven't heard it. But outside of him saying that, that hasn't crossed
I hadn't really thought about it either.
Right.
I just thought,
Yeah, but he's saying it. I mean, it's something.
Does he crowd the plate? Are they always just trying to bust him inside? It's just sort of bad luck that he keeps getting hit.
It's probably the scouting report on him is pitch him inside. Can't handle the inside pitch. Be inside. He likes to get his hands extended. I would imagine that's probably the main reason.
But he will always tell you exactly what he's thinking. That's what I like about it.
For the month of June, their record in starting pitching ERA was not as good as great as you all make it seem. It's in the 314. Who is on this program saying anything other?
No, well, overall, as a team, as we said, their team ERA is not bad. It comes and goes by weeks, and figuring another start. Okay, now it ranks slightly different. But in the National League, they are currently ranked, they are 9 or 10 in ERA in the National League now, and that's not great.
Let's have a balloon party.
Well, you don't need a balloon party for that. But quality starts are 7, so in the middle of the pack.
They're just
middle of the pack pitching.
Kind of in it, Doug. They're just kind of in it.
Every time you think they're out of it, every time you think, no, this team is not going to do it, then they put together 3 or 4 wins in a row.
Text audit from earlier, Tim. People were mad we weren't mentioning that Guatemala was in town. And I don't know if they thought that there was a lot of tourists today for the big Gold Cup semifinal, but a couple did point it out. So shout out Guatemala. Welcome to town.
Yeah, welcome.
We're like
to
a southern Detroit.
You think a lot of their fans make the trip up for this game?
It's a good question. I bet some will.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
Which Bundesliga do they play in?
Oh, well, this is the CONCACAF.
Okay.
Gold Cup.
At those Central American countries. Canada.
Your thoughts on Guatemala?
U.S.
The morning after.
You ever been to Guatemala, Doug?
I've been to Costa Rica. That's as close as I've been to Guatemala.
Okay,
it doesn't count.
Oh, are you muling?
Muling. No, it's a hot vacation spot for Americans. A lot of expats live down there.
Is that right?
Expats.
Doug, you're full of it.
Well, they
Charlie
do.
Marlowe AI. Email in Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. That is coming your way at 10:45 on the Stiefel dossier. And that's brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling. We're giving away Adam Sandler tickets. The program is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's Brown & Crouppen. Longtime title sponsor here on TMA. We are grateful for the support of Terry Crouppen, Ed Herman, and Andy Crouppen, and we recommend them to you. Founded in 1979, and if you are in need of a personal injury attorney, don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? They offer superior legal services, and they value client services as well. Brown & Crouppen is a key part of the St. Louis area community. They value it. They're involved in many charities and community events, and you're going to get great service and great results. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. The program is called TMA, and it is presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
Oh, we have breaking news.
Oh.
The verdict is in on P. Diddy.
Oh, wow.
Sean Diddy Coombs, convicted of a prostitution-related offense, but acquitted of sex trafficking and racketeering charges that could have put him behind bars for life.
Wow.
Could still send Combs to prison for as long as a decade, likely to end his career as a hit-making music executive. So, convicted of prostitution-related offense, but the more serious charges, acquitted.
Is that right? How about that? So he's not been sentenced.
So largely a win for him. Would you think the legal analysts would say dodged a bigger sentence?
Possibly, but not if he's going to go to prison.
I need an immediate reaction, even though we don't know the facts.
I need winners and losers of the P. Diddy trial. Anytime there is a draft, somehow within a second of the draft, there are grades and winners and losers.
Okay. Deeper in the article, it says Combs held his hands up in a prayer motion, looking at the jury, and hugged his defense lawyer. So maybe he thinks it's a bit of a victory.
Acquitted of the most serious charges is what I'm reading.
Yeah.
Yes, it is being portrayed as a win for
P. Diddy.
P. Diddy, that is correct. Breaking news, fresh off of the press. Yesterday, it's a Blues trade. Today, it's P. Diddy. You never know what's going to go on during this program. It's TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Soon they're going to be expanding at Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. That's because the word is spreading. It's convenience, great locations, great pricing, all of it rolled into one. You've got Mid-America's St. Louis Airport. Flying out of there, Allegiant taking you to 7 different Florida destinations. They've added Gulf Shores, recently added Knoxville, Tennessee. There's Hilton Head, Vegas, all these great spots to head to. And you can do it in a convenient way. Park that car out front, less than $10 a day to park. You'll be inside, through security, through the gate, all of that at the gate, about 15 minutes. That's the average time it takes from parking, walking in, and getting to the gate. That's just unheard of these days. Plus, these great destinations, again, they just keep expanding. Through into Knoxville, added Hilton Head, added Gulf Shores, 7 Florida spots. Go to Fort Myers, Fort Lauderdale, flymidamerica.com. That's the website where you can book the flight, find out what folks are figuring out. Great pricing, convenience, and again, they're starting to expand. It's a great success story in Muscogee, Illinois, not far at all from downtown St. Louis. For your next travel experience, book it online, flymidamerica.com.
Jackson's vinyl just skipped. Don McLean, I'm going to go 73. If it's pre-1982, though, I don't speak infallibly.
It's about right. It's certainly Don McLean. But I don't...
Talking about his age or the year of the song?
The year of the song, Matt.
October of 71. Recorded
he's talking
it in
about
May.
Richie Valens,
the
Big Bopper, and Buddy Holly.
The Father of the Son, the Father of the Son, the Holy Ghost.
Long song.
A little less than 9 minutes.
All right.
It's kind of like a Vitale. You just run to the bathroom, come back, and say, "Yeah, that's great." What was that about? Power play.
Segment 9-2 is titled Free Space on the Stiefel dossier, but Jackson didn't just leave a free space. He poses this question. Well, Jackson, you can read it. It's your question.
Sure.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jackson Burkett heading to Michigan today.
My question for you is, when it comes to legacy players, by that I mean guys, long-time players for a certain organization who've contributed a lot to the organization but are probably a little long in the tooth at this point. Think Matt Carpenter for your St. Louis baseball Cardinals from years gone by.
Which time?
And pro sports
edition.
Yeah. So when it comes to legacy players and pro sports franchises, how does the latter balance trying to be the best they can possibly be going forward while still giving legacy players respect if the cost of them getting better is getting rid of them?
Okay. Doug, why don't you take this one?
If the cost of getting rid of them is better for them?
No, that's not.
Run that last sentence.
I want this on the record because I already see what's coming, but I love the question. I just can understand how on the surface it might.
It's really hard for me to talk, or when I'm listening to the show. Thank you. It's very hard while I'm listening to the show and like we're doing it, and also write questions and like make them as coherent as I possibly can, because I try simplifying it. What I'm saying is, if a team wants to get better, but the cost of that is getting rid of a legacy player or by some standards doing wrong by them, how do you balance that? That's the better way of
And you are
explaining it.
citing...
I wasn't mad at you, Doug. I was mad at what I know is coming.
No, I've heard Whitey Herzog say that the most difficult part of being a manager is how to deal with a superstar player at the end of his career.
Yeah.
That was the hardest thing he had to deal with. The Cardinals had that with Musial all the way back in the 60s.
Oh, is that right?
Where
Really?
they were building this team they thought was going to be really good, but they really didn't have a place for Musial at age 43. What do you do?
Wow, I didn't know about that part.
Yeah.
I recall a number of guys, Martin, guys that we covered, and their exit being awkward and tense, candidly, from a guy who eventually became the manager in Mike Matheny, from a guy who truly, I mean, not to say that Luke and Baker isn't a delight, but my God, David Eckstein, did you ever see him get upset about anything? David Eckstein?
I had him on my podcast last week. He's coming to the LaRussa event.
Yeah.
He tells a great story about the 2011 Game 6. He threw out the first pitch that game. He and Freese forever connected because they're both World Series MVPs. He said they've talked about that at fantasy camps, but he said he would never use the word bitter, but he was just kind of down on the game because of the business side of it. I would think largely because of the St. Louis time where he left here, didn't want to leave here. He said the business of the game had really kind of turned him against the game. But being at Game 6, the Freese game, he credits Freese, he said, for kind of making me fall in love with baseball again after he'd gotten a little down on the game.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Because him leaving, I think, really did sting.
In 2001, McGuire, I know he retired at the end of the year by fax, but one of the turning points in that season, which we talked about earlier, I was comparing it possibly to what this season is McGuire, LaRussa understandably kept hitting him in the middle of the order, but he was a shell of himself, and eventually he moved him down in the order, and that also corresponded with the team starting to get it right, along with Woody Williams coming over. So it is a really tough spot. I can recall Kyle Loesch was a friend of the program for a number of years. Somehow producer Joe and Loesch hit it off. And Loesch would be on TMA quite a bit. And we had him on in, I don't know what year he left St. Louis. I think it was after the 12 season. I could be wrong.
He got one of those Brewer retirement packages.
Yes, he did. The Jeff
Suppan got one,
retirement package.
Got one, yeah.
Those are nice to get. And he was saying in the interview, he goes, it's been really frustrating because I haven't heard anything. And so I texted Mozeliak, who, I had a good relationship with, obviously, if I'm texting him about this stuff. And I said, hey, Loesch was just on. This is what he was saying. And he texted me back. I don't think this isn't like airing anything that's off the record or anything like that. He goes, I'm paraphrasing. This has been 12 years, but he said something along the lines of, we have our reasons for doing things the way that we do them. If you want to carry the water for the player, that's up to you. I wasn't trying to get Loesch a deal. I was just curious because, but I enjoyed the text. I'm just like, all right, it's fine. Because it wasn't the first time that I had heard a guy who had been very valuable to the team complain about the way that their exit from the Cardinals was handled. But I don't think that this is unique to the Cardinals, and I think it speaks to Jackson's question, which is why I like the question. And I also like that the question was worded in such a way that you really had to be paying attention to follow it. Right. So in that sense, the question's a win across the board.
Okay. What about Ozzie? Just it's the end of his career.
There's like the ultimate.
But then the new manager kind of wants to push in the new guy, Royce Clayton, and then Ozzie said it was a spring battle, and I hit better than Clayton. That's about as big a balance there, where you've got a legacy player, and you're in theory trying to be better with a younger player. You could argue Ozzie might have been the better choice even then. Kurt Warner was a legacy Ram, and then Bolger comes along. They're ready to move on.
The opposite of the Ozzie Smith would be Albert Pujols, who came back in his final year, has this glorious final
as good as he ever was.
Well, I think they thought about what do you do if you have to DFA Pujols? I mean,
I think that might have been talked about in June.
I think Albert was open to it. Like, hey, you guys don't want to carry me for too long, and I think they were like, let's just hold on. And Ollie pinch hitting for Pujols, remember that in Atlanta, which was the right move. So it's a great question, Jackson. I apologize for being confused.
No, you shouldn't apologize.
The amount of words and commas in what turns out to be just one sentence is what threw me.
In retrospect, as I look at the question, it could have been worded better. So there's no doubt about that.
Tightened up a little bit, maybe.
But again, it's really I can't multitask. Truly cannot. Like if someone's talking to me and I'm trying to like type out a text or something, I'm not hearing you. And I'll try my best, but.
But your question was, how does a team balance it?
Right. So, it's the team's job. It's their objective to win and put themselves in the best position to win. And if that comes at the cost of disrespecting a legacy player who is past their prime, maybe by a decent margin, it's like, what are you supposed to do? You don't want to be perceived as bad to your legacy players, but you also got to win.
Is that kind of what happened with the Packers and Aaron Rodgers?
There's examples. Like I asked it because of the Damian Lillard situation in Milwaukee. While not a Milwaukee Buck legend by any means, a great player who kind of got shoved to the side.
It's not a tough spot. Army does exactly what the team needs. He doesn't give an F whose feelings get hurt. Army showed you how to do it with Backus and Petro. It's well endowed. I would have to respectfully disagree on the Petrangelo one.
Because they wanted him to stay.
Doug Armstrong said on Cam Jansen and Andy Strickland's podcast, the Cam and Strick podcast, if he has something that he would look back on as a mistake, it would be the Petrangelo situation. He also talked about giving the C to a player in Dallas. I think, if I'm not mistaken, he had two that he looked back on. But the other one, of course, the one of much more interest to Blues fans, and that's the Petrangelo thing. And I would actually say, I think, and I doubt he would say this right now because of the circumstances surrounding his health, but something we talked a little bit about earlier in the show, the Torrey Krug thing. And I do think, Martin, what your assessment was, that was exactly my read as well, and you and I have never talked about it. I thought that the Krug thing was, okay, we're not going to wait around. We already have the replacement for you, so we're going to make this insta-play on Torrey Krug. I thought it did involve emotion. Maybe it didn't, but that was my read at the time. I'm like, man, that is aggressive, and I think it's kind of a shove it up Petrangelo's backside move. That's what I thought it was. So I do not think. I think Armstrong is much more black and white and is a killer, and I love that. But I think that also can cut both ways with that kind of emotion if you get pissed off. And I think the Krug move would be an example of that.
I didn't understand when they let Backus go and kept Steen, and I asked Army about it because similar players, amount of games, because he was talking about wear and tear with Backus. And he said he thought that the miles on Steen were not as significant as the miles on Backus. In other words, he thought Backus was going to kind of break down, and he thought Steen had a little more left in the tank. So he would put it right out there. He'd explain to you, because the Backus one was an emotional decision. I mean, Backus didn't want to leave. A real popular player. I agree. For the most part, I think, yes, Army is cold-hearted, does business the way he needs to do it. Doesn't really care what the fans think. If it upsets the player, doesn't really care for the most part. I think the only time the emotion really became a bigger factor would have been with the Petro exit.
Boy, this is coming from the Blues locker room, Doug, I guess out at Centene.
If it's Daddy Padre, it's not coming from anywhere but a vending machine company.
Petro blundered to this day, even to the move yesterday, shows they are still reeling on the back end from letting him go. It's been musical chairs ever since, with Scandella, Letty, Falk, Krug, etc. That's from Dada. He used to be known as Daddy Padre. Now he is Dada.
What is that supposed to mean, Dada?
Don't know.
That's what we call Daddy now, is Dada?
Dada.
I don't care for it. But what he says is true. Yeah. Well, that'll be the one that Armstrong regrets probably for the rest of his career, and has, I think.
But he could also tell you, I was trying hard. I mean, could he have moved a number a little more, maybe extended a little beyond their comfort level, just to make sure that player stays here? That's probably the regret. But there was a lot of belief at the time, too, that the player kind of wanted to try something else and wanted to go to that team.
I think especially if Pietrangelo is done, and it sounds like he is. Obviously, there's some skepticism around the league that he might all of a sudden get healthy just in time for the last year of the LTIR Golden Knights to pull another move. But I think at some point he might. I bet he will talk about it on a podcast of some form with what happened there. But Armstrong was asked about it. I think Cam or Andy asked him, Cam Jansen, Andy Strickland asked him in a follow-up when he said how much, like when he walks into the building, how there should be, or Pietrangelo should have a statue outside of there as the guy who first touched the Stanley Cup for a member of the St. Louis Blues, that it bothers him. And then they asked him, well, what can you say happened? He goes, well, since he's still playing, I don't think it'd be right for me to expound at this point. Maybe that day will come. Specifically to La Russa and Ozzy, that is one, I've seen Ozzy talk about it. Where do you think that relationship is, Martin? I feel like you would know better than anybody. I mean, they obviously coexist.
I think coexist, improved. I think deep down, Ozzy would probably still say it denied me the proper end to my run in St. Louis. It made it awkward when it didn't need to be, or they were forcing a change sooner than they needed to. I think deep down, I don't know this for a fact, but I think it probably still bothers Ozzy a little bit. But I think they're cordial just because so much time has passed.
It's been almost 30 years.
Yeah. So, and Tony's probably...
I'm still mad at Gary Kornfeld.
Tony's probably still dug in on it, like why it was the right move for the team, that it wasn't personal.
It was different with you, though, Tim. Ozzy had his career, and you were denied what would have been a superstar career.
So it was, wait a minute.
Ozzy's in Cooperstown.
So it was more of an injustice that Gary Kornfeld cut Tim than that the Wizard, Hall of Famer, didn't get to finish out his career properly.
I would still be playing in the NBA.
You would be.
Now, in that sense, Gary Kornfeld has made TMA possible. And so for that,
blame him.
So many of the people who love this program should thank Gary Kornfeld. But he denied probably the Milwaukee Bucks, I think, is where I'd be playing right now. Maybe Utah, maybe Indiana.
It cost you probably $500 million.
Celtics, I guess.
Yeah, Dame Lillard's not a whole lot taller than you.
So, yeah, it denied me that.
Darn him.
Thank you. Thank you for rushing to my side and support.
We could ask the skipper about it tomorrow, but I don't have the energy to go there. It's just not the time, maybe. Wait another 30 years.
He'd probably like to kind of forget that, too.
I think they're cordial. Tony and Whitey, there was always a little awkward tension-ish, because Whitey would always kind of take a shot. Well, we didn't have the wild card. We didn't have this kind of budget. Whitey would always kind of weave in a shot like, well, it's kind of nice now they got these budgets and they've got these extra playoff teams. But I think they were fine. So that'd be a great... I think like Roland and Tony didn't have the best relationship.
Do you know where that is now?
I think they're better. I think they're fine. I think Roland's like, I'm in the Hall of Fame. We had a good run here. You did your thing. I did mine. I think they're better. But I'm trying to think of one that's lingering, where they're still. I think early on, Kurt Warner wasn't real pleased with Mike Martz after his departure, but I think now they probably see each other. Hey, how you doing? They're probably not texting or keeping up with the family. Yeah, it happens.
You're welcome to give your thoughts at 314-399-9646. That is how you can text in to this program.
Well, this was free space. Wow. I like
this is free space. That's why Jackie Paper's question was so good.
It was blank about an hour ago. You just sort of cooked that baby up on the fly. Was that during the Vitale segment?
Yeah. During what part? God only knows.
Chapter 7. The next segment is great because it has the top 5 Brad Pitt movies.
I threw that at you for your cinema corner.
And I didn't even know that this was coming. A film that had great success about 2 decades ago has a sequel coming out, but one of its stars is not returning.
Oh.
We'll tell you what and who.
Okay.
Coming up next, it's TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Clock's ticking towards the 4th of July. We're 2 days away. You've got friends or family coming over. It's time to stock up. That means you need to head to Schnucks. And when you do, you're going to be saving money. We've been telling you all about it, the 2,300 items that were reduced, and they kept adding on to that. There's so many different items throughout the store where the prices have been reduced. They're not on sale. Those are markdowns that you can count on. Make sure you have the Rewards app as well. They'll alert you to things that you often buy. And if there's even more savings to be had, you can use that app for delivery, for curbside pickup. The Rewards app is great because it also sends money back to you every time you make a purchase. It'll keep track of your points, which is really dollars going back to you, so you're saving money. Butcher Shop is always great at your neighborhood-friendly Schnucks. Load up for the 4th of July and save money on your groceries. That's tough to do these days. Schnucks is doing the best they can to help you save money, everyday savings that you can count on at your neighborhood Schnucks.
Oh, my. 1985. Well, here comes Ivan Drago emerging from under the floor. And why, there's Carl Weathers dancing about as Apollo Creed in the final 10 minutes of his life. Doug, Rocky IV, the best Rocky of them all.
Was it really?
According to goodorbad.com.
Well, I thought the first one was the best.
Not really a boxing movie. It's like kind of just like a
Rocky wasn't a boxing movie?
Not the first one is like mostly just like a romance movie, you know?
He's training. He's having the big championship fight.
There's a lot more boxing in the future films.
We gotta go. We go out and pet shops. You got turtles.
I can't tell if you're about to talk about gift cards or Sylvester Stallone.
The lines are blurred.
So slow. Gift card at pet shop.
Martin, I don't know if you see in the Stiefel dossier, but even though it's coming up at 10:01, and I know we're at 10:01, it's the last time we'll all be together for a while as I'm going vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. But before you go for onboarding, you got to get Jackson's list of the top 5 Brad Pitt movies. I watched Brad Pitt do a wonderful interview on Dax Shepard's podcast, which I usually don't watch.
Armchair expert.
Yeah, but it was really good.
I watched that as well.
He was lively as can be.
There's nothing better than a Brad Pitt press tour. When he's just out telling stories and hanging out. Yeah,
because he seems to enjoy it, whereas most it's
he's so charismatic. It's unbelievable.
Surprised he hasn't dropped by here, Martin, with us all being Sigma Chi's.
Yeah,
no, I wasn't. Sigma Nu.
Snakes.
Mm-hmm. It seems like he doesn't like I know he says he's from Missouri and all that, but I've never seen him
the John Hamm pronouncing.
I've never seen him in like a Mizzou shirt or ever at
every weekend when I was a pledge at the Sigma Chi House at the University of Missouri, where Brad Pitt had been, I guess, 9 years earlier. It was like, oh, we hear Pitt's coming back this weekend.
All right.
Every just kept saying it.
Absolutely. And he really, he was a star, but he became a bigger star in the second half of that decade.
Yeah.
So, Jackson, is this your list of...
Well, I want to ask a question, because Martin did, he brought it up, and I think it's a wonderful topic.
I just thought of it with the F1
Oh, I think it's great. I think it's timely, and he's local, relatively. The question is the distinction between the 5 best Brad Pitt performances and the 5 best Brad Pitt movies.
Wow, great.
I think that's an important distinction. Well, I think that's an important distinction.
So he could have been great in the movie, was just so.
Yeah, or vice versa.
Can you give me 5 of each, or
Sure.
is that really pushing?
You're asking the right guy, right?
Okay, this is Cinema Corner.
I think for me, and this is my opinion, the 5 best of his are Inglourious Bastards.
It's a great answer right out of the gate.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
It's another great answer. I like this list.
I would go with Ocean's 11. I love Ocean's 11.
Part 5.
A lot of hot guys.
I would go Moneyball at my 4. And then at my 5, I'm going to take 7. Not Fight Club. I'll go 7. I prefer 7 to Fight Club.
Doug, what's in the box?
And Fincher movies.
I haven't seen several of those.
Now,
really?
No.
Now, if you're going performances, Inglourious Bastards and Once Upon a Time in Hollywood remain.
You loved him as Tristan in Legends of the Fall.
Not necessarily. I did love him as Floyd in True Romance, but that's a very small part. He plays
that gets mentioned. The text line is doing a lot of
that's
True
like way
Romance.
up there. I think his performance of Billy Bean is amazing. So Moneyball gets to stay. I'll throw Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford in best performances. And then I'm in between 12 Monkeys and Fight Club. I'll go Fight Club.
Doug, have you ever been in between 12 Monkeys and Fight Club?
Haven't.
But I feel pretty good about Ocean's 11. He's awesome, but he's not he's just being Brad Pitt in that. He's not really
significant moment here for you, Jackson. Eric in the Central West End, usually your nemesis, says honestly, I totally agree with Jackson's Brad Pitt list.
Thank you. That's very kind. Okay. And you can disagree, agree. That's the fun part about movies and having discussions about them.
Where's the love for Benjamin Button, Jackson? It's from the 314.
I detest that movie.
Whoa! Come on!
It was a giant waste of time for 2 of my favorite people in Hollywood.
Taraji P. Henson,
David Fincher, and Brad Pitt. And honestly, it looks like a stain on their filmography. It really
don't say filmography. Don't say that.
Filmography.
It really. I did.
Were you wearing an ascot when you just said that?
I hate that movie so much.
Stain on their filmography.
What's the issue with the curious case of Benjamin Button?
It's so like it's attempting to be so grand and tell this incredible story, and I just fall so flat. The technology isn't great where they're de-aging and re-aging. I think it's silly.
You ever been to Brio?
Yeah, it's Brio in film form.
Oh,
Brio
your critic
in film form.
review said?
Yeah, that was my hyper-localized.
What about Thelma and Louise? That launched the young Brad Pitt.
I mean, awesome movie, and he's great in it. And you can tell why people are like, okay, whoever that is, I want to see more of him. You know, you can totally see that.
Guys, did you know he's only 5'10"? He has to wear lifts just like Tim. That's from the 3 and 4. Doug, I would cut off my left nut to be 5'10".
You would?
Is he really only 5'10"? 5'11", yeah.
You're close. You're close. How tall are you now?
5'4", but then with the lifts,
You're
I'm
not
5'6.5". 5'6.5" with the lifts. My parents got me 2.5-inch lifts for my 16th birthday.
And that got you cut from the
says the
basketball
love of a
team?
kid.
Just unfair.
Jackson, do you care to hear Rotten Tomatoes?
Sure. Oh,
ranking?
here we go.
Yeah. Number 1 has not been mentioned yet. 12 Years a Slave.
He's just a producer on that. That's Plan B, his production company.
Moneyball.
They won an Oscar. They won Best Picture. He got an Oscar, but he wasn't in the movie. He just produced it.
Okay, well, then that's stupid by them. Moneyball, True Romance, Inglourious Bastards, The Big Short.
Yeah, he's great in The Big Short, too.
F1 the movie with 83% Rotten Tomatoes falls at number 6, but we'll call it 5 since we're not counting 12 Years a Slave.
What's that about, F1?
It's about
Formula One racing.
Formula One racing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of the Days of Thunder for Formula One.
Really expensive. That movie kind of has to work for movies to continue to be healthy.
Otherwise, it's staying on his filmography.
No, I wouldn't say that. I'm actually going to switch out performances. I'm taking out Fight Club, and I'm putting in Burn After Reading for performances. Oh, yeah. The Brad Pitt performance in Burn After Reading is awesome.
How do you have time to watch every movie that's ever come out?
I don't, because I don't watch every movie that's ever come out.
You watch a lot of them.
I watch a lot. Yeah, I've been doing it for probably 15 years.
Huh. How many nights a week are you watching a movie?
3 or 4, maybe.
Really?
Maybe I'm not like all the way through. Sometimes I rewatch stuff and only watch part of it.
How about this? Minute Bowl eligible. We were journalism school classmates. I told them to stick it out and avoid California. The fool didn't listen. That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
Wow.
Yeah, he made a mistake. He could be writing copy somewhere, Doug, instead.
Well, for every person that goes out to California thinking they're going to be a star, there's about 10,000 that go out there and don't make it.
And switch to the San Fernando Valley.
Well, John Hamm has a story where he was on the set for a porn movie, but he wasn't in it, but he was like...
I think more of the Cinemax variety.
He was like helping out or something.
He was getting ready to shut it down. And I remember actually seeing the movie. Jackson, you'd be happy. I saw it at Plaza Frontenac.
Oh, yeah.
Kissing Jessica Stein. I think that was kind of his first... and that was with the lady that he was with for a number of years. They broke up a few years ago, and I think he got married, if I'm not mistaken. But that was kind of because he's like, I'm going to give myself till I'm 30, and if it doesn't happen by then, it's not happening. And I think that was right around that time, and then that kind of launched him. Obviously, Mad Men was the...
Well, for all those aspiring actresses, especially, thousands, I'm sure, a year go out there to make it. You can see how Harvey Weinstein had his playbook there.
Yeah, there's some.
How bad do you really want to?
There's some really gross stories, especially like in the late 70s, early 80s. There's some gross stories about stuff like that.
The casting couch.
Oh yeah.
Ben Boyd has often been accused of cutting the tin snips on this broadcast.
He uses tin snips to cut our wiring.
And he texted me and Martin. He said, "Snatch better be on that Brad Pitt movie list." Ben Boyd of the Cardinal broadcast team. He was not. That was not on the list, though.
I love Snatch, and that's no reflection on Snatch. It's a reflection on
name of the movie.
How great
Guy Ritchie directed.
Yeah, of how great of sorry, Doug, filmography Brad Pitt has.
Gosh,
I gotta say, I underrated his catalog.
That's crazy.
Until scanning through this,
it's crazy. He's willing to be like in The Big Short. I mean, he's real. He's like. He probably has like the 8th most screen time in that movie, but he's totally cool doing something like that. Or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood playing second fiddle to Leo. Like,
it's kind of hard to be the pretty boy and also have acting chops.
Right, that's the thing. That's what they always say about him is he's like a leading man with character actor chops.
Yeah, I know what he's talking about.
I interviewed his brother once. His brother does some great work, like some charity work. Yeah, and they said, just don't ask him about Brad. And I'm like... It's kind of why we booked him.
It's interesting because Brad raved about his brother in that interview with Dak Shepard. He said his brother's like really smart, gets everything done, true leader.
And in the brother's defense, he might have been fun, but like the publicist said, "Oh, just don't bring." And I think I did anyway. Like, hey, so I know you got all your own stuff going on, but you ever hear from Brad or anything? It's like really awkward. He's like, "Oh yeah, he's doing great. You know, there's Ocean's 48 coming up." We'll take your Brad Pitt text.
Brad Pitt is in 12 Years a Slave. That's from the 314.
If he is, it's like in an incredibly small section of it. He's like produced it and was very involved in the movie, but I don't.
Would this damage GoodOrBad.com's futures?
Oh, yeah, I guess he's in it for just like a
crap. I got to get my money out of that thing.
You really do.
I was kind of surprised it would be on that list if he had no role in there. I didn't want to get into it, but
yeah, but he's much like he won an Oscar for that movie, but for producing and not for starring in it.
Okay, it was based on the tomato percent. That's what the ranking was.
Jackson, did you ever think about going into acting yourself?
No, what about that?
Not my speed.
You pretend to be a producer?
Not classically trained. No, not really. Not really.
It's not too late.
Yeah, what about that? You're 27, eh?
Do some community theater.
I would take a role, you know. It would have to be juicy, something I can sink my teeth into.
Oh,
you know.
You want to be the star right away.
Yeah, I don't want to just be like, you know, cop number 2. I want to be, you know, something I can really dig into.
You demand to be the star.
Something. So, a speaking part. Get my SAG card rolling.
I'd hire James Carlton to be the lead in my film, Doug. He's online at carltoninsurance.net, but then I'd lose him as my insurance agent, and I would hate to have that because he's been my insurance agent for the last 6 years. He's in Webster Groves, and he's online at carltoninsurance.net, 314-961-4800. Check him out on Google. Type the name in, James Carlton, State Farm Insurance Agent. You're going to see 425 5-star reviews for James Carlton and his team, and it is a big team in Webster Groves. It's carltoninsurance.net, and there is a good chance that your insurance costs went up year over year. You have about 2 minutes of an investment here to call 314-961-4800, and your return can be thousands of dollars for those 2 minutes. Because James's staff will see how they can save you money. And we've had so many people who listen to this show say, I made the switch to James Carlton, and I cannot believe how much money I'm already saving. That's what they do for people. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. Martin, you're headed to the 4th of July edition of Onboarding?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of setting the table for the whole weekend. Ooh. I think we're going to get some work to go for the weekend.
I like that.
Assignments.
Jackie Papers, we'll see you again. When are you back, Jackson? Monday, Tuesday?
Monday.
I will see you a week from Tuesday, Doug. That's the first of what are many vacations coming up for me here over the next month.
7 weeks you're taking.
7 weeks of vacation. Martin is heading out. We are heading into the 10 o'clock hour. The program is called TMA, and it's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Spending a lot more time outside with the warm and sunny weather, you might be thinking to yourself, man, I would really love to customize our outdoor living space, whether it be a deck and the custom work that can be done, whether it be adding on a pergola. If you're looking to shade your covered patio, cool things down, you can do so now with retractable screens. Well, that is where aesthetic design and build comes into play. That is Dan and his team with their showroom in Chesterfield Valley. I have been there. I have talked with them. I was so impressed. I had them to my home. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Dan and his team can show you all of the different options for your outdoor living space and take it to the next level. They offer custom deck design, opening and closing pergolas and roof, motorized shade and screens, and underdeck ceilings. Come check out their showroom in Chesterfield Valley and let their expert team walk you through all their different outdoor solutions that they offer. It's Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Aesthetic Design and Build, outdoor living spaces expertly designed.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The NHL and the NHL Players Association and international officials on Wednesday finalized the deal, agreed to send players to the 2026 Milan Cortina Olympics. That just in from ESPN.com. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Team 801 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. We've got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up at 10:45. And we're giving away 2 tickets to Adam Sandler, so send in your emails. Chairman, have you heard from Marlon's Family Barbecue, who is all excited about the chance to tie Buck Swope for the month of June? Had a big email ready for Monday to try to force that tie. He was down 1 going into the final day of June, and he got filtered out. Has he said anything to you, or has he just gone dark?
No, he just went dark. He did not email in yesterday.
Stunning.
Has not yet emailed in today. I don't know if I kind of
took the air out of his balloon.
Yeah, I think he may have stepped away for a little bit.
Wow. Marlon's Family Barbecue not happy that he got filtered out, and now he is boycotting the program, or he just doesn't care to write in.
Well, if he wants to pout, I'll shadow ban him.
Nice.
That's what I'll do.
Well, you're not going to win the Adam Sandler tickets if you don't write in. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. 2 tickets for Friday, October 17th at Enterprise Center. That's the prize. You can find all the details and a bonus chance to win free tickets to the show right now at 101ESPN.com. So 2 tickets is the prize. Would it be 2 tickets are the prize? I think it's 2 tickets is the prize. The prize
is singular, right?
You're an educator. You would know. Yeah.
But the prize is 2 tickets.
The prize is 2 tickets.
Money?
The prizes are tickets.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I default to you, brother.
Chairman Kurt Doug, an educator.
Yes. Retired, of course.
It was just I was making too much money. I had to step away.
Yeah. But if you get your master's or something, you can start to make decent money.
Yeah,
right?
I have a master's degree.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
In what?
Athletic and Activities Administration.
Oh, there's going to be some text.
So how would you teach that?
It would have been to be an athletic director.
Oh, so why didn't you pursue that?
Me and education just kind of it ran its course.
Okay.
Plus, HD2 Radio came calling.
Oh, yeah. And that paid way more than anything.
That's right.
And then my guardian angel, Tim, plucked me out of the obscurity for Sound Story.
That's right, Doug.
Okay.
Shout out to all the ADs out there, though. It's a hard job.
It's a lot of hours.
A lot of hours.
Yeah.
You got to stay.
You're there on
all
Friday
those
nights for
games,
football
a lot of
games and
travel.
weekends.
Dick Wayner, who was the athletic director at St. Louis U High for all of my time there and for decades before and after, truly, I think, one of the finest human beings I've ever met, much less athletic. And he did a Sound Story, and Jackson was the producer on it, and you got to meet the man.
One of my favorites I've ever had the chance to listen to.
I'm telling you.
It's just incredible.
Yeah, the sacrifice that you got to make. Tip of the cap. You're exactly right on that. You can contact the program the morning after at InsideSTL.com, of course, is the email of the day address that's brought to you by Design Air. But you can also text in 314-399-9646. And that's Air Comfort Service sponsorship and Collier & Thompson sponsor of the phone lines 314-974-0101. Big Tuft won the Listener of the Month in June, and he has sent out a statement, Doug, regarding his win.
All right.
Congratulations to Big Tuft. Hey, guys, regarding the June 2025 Listener of the Month win, I am humbled and I am grateful. First of all, I want to thank God. Secondly, I want to thank Tim, our sweet prince. He really is the best. I was in Orange County for the last week recharging my batteries and was PLTDing on the flight home and regarding the backwards cap discussion from yesterday. And nobody, and I mean nobody, should wear a backwards cap after you graduate college unless you're A, on a boat, B, a catcher, C, doing manual labor around the house. I went to St. Louis University High School, and I got cut from the freshman baseball team, so I can only wear a backwards cap on a boat. Lastly, never, and I mean never, wear ball caps of different teams other than your home city. You could be a man! Thanks, that's from Big Tuft, June 2025 TMA Listener of the Month. I don't know if that was directed at you. You're not wearing your Boston Red Sox cap today, but do you have any retort to our Listener listener of the month, Big Tuft.
Is it too late to change my vote?
Oh, my.
I'm really tired of this Tuft, you know?
Yeah, he's a handful.
Sorry, Jackson.
No, hey, listen.
I also disagree with his take on wearing a hat backwards on a boat, because one of the big concerns is getting sunburned, right? And a forward hat would protect your forehead a little bit from the sun.
Yeah, but that hat's going to be on the water if you wear it forward.
Why?
Yeah, and also your
drag
head might bump up against the mirror as you're leaning over it.
Pull it down. Tighten it up.
I don't even know what to say to you right now.
I got an answer for you.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Jackson Burkett.
Prop comedy. This is where our friend the bucket hat comes into play.
Look at the bucket hat. LL Cool J is hard as hell. LL Cool J is hard as hell.
What do you think about that?
Why anyone would want to wear a bucket hat is beyond me.
It just doesn't
folksy.
It doesn't sit well with me that it doesn't have fries all over it.
It looks horrendous.
It doesn't look horrendous.
It looks like a comedy routine.
I look like Bill Murray playing the AT&T Pro-Am.
Who was doing a comedy routine at the time.
Well, if I have to model my life after Bill Murray, I'd say it's a good person to model my life after.
Nice.
It's tough to see. This brim is quite low.
It's a horrible hat.
You're not a fan?
No.
It's kind of my vacation hat.
It is? You actually wear that?
Do you really wear it?
Mm-hmm.
You wear that out in public?
Yeah. On vacation. It's my vacation. When I put this on, I know it's time to relax. It's my vacation hat. It's great for blocking the sun, too. You see this skin? It doesn't stay this pale for no reason.
It's kind of giving Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, that would be a little higher up. I think of our friend Schoolboy Q.
Doug, do you think of Schoolboy Q?
I have no idea who that was.
Studio.
That part. I'll put my hat back on. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I like the bucket hat better.
Thank you, but I love this TMA ball cap right here.
The bucket hat looks like I'm a real card. You don't know what I might do.
Kurt's former coworker says, can we get a TMA bucket hat? Wouldn't be a bad play. Doug, would you wear a TMA bucket hat?
No, I would not. Not wear a bucket
What about like a sun hat, like a wider brim, the straps underneath?
No,
really
thanks.
good for blocking the sun.
I know. So is sunblock. I use sunblock.
Pulling a bucket hat out of your backpack makes a lot of sense, virgin. That's from Gooner Reloaded.
He was sniping at me yesterday, if I remember correctly. You got beef, Goon?
Oh, you ready to scrap? You going to do a Riggs versus a Hater golf match with Gooner Reloaded?
No, I don't think that would go.
Dropped one today, $25,000 grudge match.
Really?
I think the last one we talked about it may have not been for $25K, but the one they're putting out today, I think it said it's a $25,000 grudge match.
Wow.
Hey guys, I never sent a self-indulgent text bragging about my Southwest flight to Orange County and berating Kurt for wearing a hat after winning Listener of the Month for May. So thanks. Also, Kurt needs to wear a Gorlock hat. That's from Alan Dadeville. That's in reference to Webster, Doug?
Mm-hmm. Right at the corner
Not Emmanuel
of
Lewis,
Lockwood.
Michael Jackson's date to the 1984 Grammys, but rather the university.
Yeah, boy. That first part always messes me up. Weird.
That Michael Jackson took a gentleman who looked like a boy but was of age as his date to the 1984 Grammys.
Yes, that's quite odd. And then he took
I think you're getting close to kink shaming, I'm just telling you.
And then he took like a live chimpanzee once, didn't he?
That's correct.
Bubbles? Mm-hmm. Was it Bubbles?
I think it was Bubbles. And keep in mind, in fairness to Michael Jackson, the apps weren't up at that time, so it might have been tough to find a date. So he sided with Emmanuel Lewis, and then the following year, Bubbles, the chimpanzee. And Doug, there were no tells that there could be something amiss.
Yeah, what was the diagnosis there? Just completely bat crap crazy? This is what happens when the Cardinals can't hit.
That's what happens. That's what happens. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. That's coming up in about 20 minutes on this program. Mentality can help tend to you if you are feeling sluggish. They are a great TMA sponsor. Support the sponsors. Mentality has been with us now for a number of years, and I have been tested at Mentality, and I can tell you it couldn't be any easier. If you are feeling sluggish, if you are dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're putting on weight, or you're not putting on as much muscle as you used to when you worked out, those are symptoms of low testosterone. So, Mentality is a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best, and they can tend to your issues. You get tested, and they focus on free testosterone levels, which many doctors overlook, and that ensures your treatment is tailored to your body. It is Mentality. Mentality wants you to be the dad who can keep up with the kids, be the husband your spouse knows you can be, and feel and perform like you did 5 or 10 years ago, whether it's at work, in the gym, or at home. It's Mentality. Check them out online at mentalityhealth.com/radio. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Let me tell you about a local gem. That local gem is Dents Express, family-owned and operated right here in St. Louis since 1992. Gray Wilson and his team are the go-to experts for paintless dent removal, whether it's hail damage, door dings, or those annoying shopping cart dings. What I love, these guys aren't just good, they're experienced. Their techs have been with them for over 20 years, and that means you can trust the people working on your vehicle. They offer free evaluations, no appointment necessary, and they'll even handle everything with your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, they take it from there. They are open Monday through Friday from 9 to 5 and located in West County. You can call them at 636-227-5050 or just swing by. Let Gray know that we sent you their way here on TMA. It's Dents Express in West County, and they're going to take care of everything for you. They'll handle your insurance. That's right. You drop it off, they take it from there at Dents Express. That's Dents Express, St. Louis's leader in hail damage repair. Doug, I deep teased this.
What'd you deep tease?
An incredibly popular film from nearly 2 decades ago, it was made in 2006, is going to have a sequel 19 years later.
Okay.
Guess the film and guess the star of the film who is not returning and the only member of the star cast not returning.
Any kind of clue or hint?
Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway. Is that the answer, or is that the star who's not going to have a part in it?
Neither. That's the hint.
I need a better hint than that. Initials, please.
Some portions of it are filmed in Pei. Some are filmed in Manhattan. Fashion.
The designer show. What is it?
Designing women
Prada,
with that cute little Dixie Carter.
What is the movie? The Prada. Am I on the right track?
Yeah, you're
Devil Wears Prada.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good work, Doug.
In which star will not be returning?
No shot.
God.
Yeah,
Anne
he's
Hathaway.
No.
No, she's back.
The older gal now.
Nina Hartley.
No, not Nina Hartley.
Boogie Nights,
the one
too.
who's
I'm
been
into
the
that.
big star, and I can't remember her name.
Janine Lindemoller.
No. Meryl Streep.
There you go.
Oh, that's wrong?
She's in it. But
she's in it, but-
She's in it.
Well, then I got nothing for you.
Doug, watch this. I am Queens Boulevard.
Yeah.
Don't
What
ever
that?
say that to me again. Can I have
Probably
initials
best
on this
acting
woman?
was
A.G.
A.G. Anne Griffin is not going to be in this
I think
one.
you could give him every letter except one, and
Andy
I'm not
Griffith.
sure he gets
Andy
this.
Griffith is the answer.
Matlock.
Annette Grammer will not be in this
Andy
picture.
Grammer.
The first name is Adrian.
Adrian Barbeau. Out. Adrian Grenier.
Yes!
Oh, my.
Okay.
How about
Okay.
that?
I stand down.
Adrian Grenier is
Okay.
not returning for the Devil Wears Prada sequel, and Jackson went from saying good to now you're concerned it's going to be bad.
I wonder how I ever got to sleep last night knowing she won't be in this picture.
It's a he.
Oh, gosh, him especially.
Vinny Chase.
Is your
man.
bald king Tucci in that?
You better believe it.
Anne Hathaway, Meryl Streep, Emily Blunt, and Stanley Tucci are all back. Adrian Grenier, a gentleman, is not returning.
Yeah.
Jackson says he's the worst actor in human history.
Not in human history, but
You ever see my St. Gabriel play from 1989? That was at Man of La Mancha?
I don't know what you were in.
what role did you play? Lead?
Yeah, of course.
Of course.
I have those Clooney lead looks.
That's absolutely.
They just
Is that
have me
Don
on
Quixote?
stilts. Don Quixote. The Lord Don Quixote, the man of La Mancha. Oh, I could reprise that role right now.
Wow, you had to do some singing, did you?
I was singing and dancing, but again, I was on stilts because
Oh,
the
so they
lead
could see
actress
you.
was 4'8".
Okay. You had to do the whole play on stilts?
That's why I got praise for the role.
See, this is
wardrobe changes
This is the
tough.
problem with the theater is that you have to be on stilts. To the movie, you could shoot it differently. You could
Tom
frame
Cruise.
it up. Exactly, precisely. I don't think Devil Wears Prada 2, which I'm not like fired up that they're like making a second one necessarily, but I don't think it's going to hurt because Adrian Grenier is bowing out. He's kind of bowed out of everything for the past. I've been really hard on him, and I'm sure he doesn't give a damn.
So this segment of our show is
But
who is
he's-
not going to be in a movie?
Just
This could
Adrian
go on
Grenier.
for a while.
Just Adrian
I
Grenier.
just followed the Stiefel dossier.
He's big into like saving the turtles now, right?
He's a huge environmentalist, yeah. That's most of his, if not all of his time spent in the public eye is through environmental efforts. So he's not much of an actor anymore. Some could say it was talent. Some could say priorities change. But I don't think Devil Wears Prada 2 will be the worse for it.
What about Happy Gilmore 2, which comes out here very soon?
He might be in that. It seems like everybody and their
No, I'm not
mothers in
talking
that
about
one.
Adrian Grenier anymore. I'm talking about the sequel
Yeah.
and how it's been even longer in between Happy Gilmore 1 and 2
Yeah.
versus Devil Wears Prada and Devil Wears Prada 2.
I think an important thing to know is like Sandler has a massive deal with Netflix through Happy Madison, his production company. So they're probably green lighting a lot more things than, and they're like, oh, this super popular movie from the 90s and you want to kind of just run it back? Sure. People still love it. Go ahead. Do what you want, Adam.
All right. Doesn't sound like you're bullish on it.
Sandler.
Stop saying Sandler. Say Adam Sandler.
Adam Sandler, and you can win 2 tickets to see Adam Sandler if you win the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It seems like every other movie, like one's like kind of a fan service, goofy comedy, and then the other one is like a pretty serious.
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems. Then he did Hustle, which is outstanding. A couple of years ago, basketball movie with Juancho Hernan Gomez. And he tried something called Spaceman a couple of years ago, which wasn't great, but I liked the effort. Like, a lot of times comedians have really good dramatic chops as actors, and we've seen that time and time again. Bill Murray, we talked about with the bucket hat.
Robin Williams.
Robin Williams, incredible. And I think it's probably because they understand the human condition pretty well, being comedians.
Well, and they're kind of actors when they do their role.
Sure.
Stand-up.
Delivery and all that.
Okay. So that's
But
the
Adrian
segment.
Grenier not being in Devil Wears Prada 2. That, you know, I'm not going to
This
lose
whole
any sleep.
segment is centered around Adrian Grenier not being in a movie.
Can you put that in your last Sports Center update?
That Adrian Grenier has announced he will not be in it. And also,
Please do that.
Cardinals first pitch 11:35. On the slab. Yeah, that's fine.
We got the designer hitting you cool email today coming up. Your thoughts on Grenier
not being in something.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It was founded in downtown St. Louis way back when in 1890, and they are on the same street today. It's where the company remains headquartered. They're proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues, and now also the Stifel Charity Classic. They also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour, and Martin goes to handle that onboarding. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And Doug, we're giving away these Adam Sandler tickets. And Chairman, how do you feel about the contestants? I noticed a number of people sent in emails, but only 4 currently in the filtered file.
Yeah, I've got 4 in there. Keep my eye on the clock. Got one more that I'm a little on the fence about.
I'm about to start reading. So if you want to get them in, does Doug have another thing that he needs to tell us about? Okay. So if you want to get it in, Chairman will still monitor the unfiltered. You want the Adam Sandler tickets? You better email it in as hit send.
Okay.
Hit send.
Yes.
I mean, hey, there might be a defenseman in front of you. Put the puck on the net.
You never know.
You can't get the puck in the net without firing a shot. We can't get the putt in the hole if we don't hit the ball hard enough to get it to the hole. Are you scared of the comebacker? Is that the problem? Are you scared of the comebacker? You can make the comebacker, but maybe you can make that birdie putt, Doug. Maybe today is your day.
Okay. Wow. And that was all just to try to get people to send in an email?
Essentially.
Okay.
Plus,
well, hopefully that worked.
I'm getting out all of my vocal angst.
Okay.
Because you won't hear from me for 7 full weeks.
Ugh,
7 full. How are you going to handle it, Jimmy?
Not well.
Yeah. 7 full weeks.
And then more vacation after that,
That's correct.
I assume.
Yeah. That's the deal. That's the deal.
Can I just FaceTime you a couple times?
Yeah, absolutely. Drop kick. Time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Ow! Morning, boys. I was listening to TMA all day. Doug, that airs on 105.7 HD2 FM.
Okay.
And it is... Is it fair to say it's the bane of your existence, Jackson?
Yes.
Why?
Sucks.
Do you have to keep doing things with it?
Yes, every single day.
Every day you have to do stuff with it?
It doesn't schedule itself.
Well, I thought it would maybe just loop, keep running the same.
No, sir. Nope, that's all Jackie B.
You have a problem with the third person thing right there?
Kind of.
Morning, boys. I was listening to TMA all day. That's 105.7 HD2. And heard a segment where Plowsy said that he had bought, quote unquote, more women's or kids' clothing and shoes than men's clothing or shoes. Apparently, it is much cheaper. Well, I am balling on a budget. So do you guys know of any stores that carry women or kids size 50 by 28 pant?
50 by 28.
Doug, that's a 50-inch waist and an unfortunate 28-inch
28, you're about
sailboat mass.
5'3", 5'4", if you're wearing a 28.
And if you have a 50-inch waist, what do you think, $160, $162?
You probably weigh
460,
250-ish.
50-inch.
I'm taking the over.
I'm going to go heavy over.
Yeah, if you're only a 20-inch inseam.
28 is the gentleman's inseam.
Okay, yeah, maybe he's 5'6", 5'5", or 6". 250.
Built like a tuna can.
Or basketball, you know.
Or maybe a 5XL old band graphic tee. Just trying to stay stylish and stick to my budget. Thanks. That's from haven't seen my ween since 03.
Okay.
Who was that from, Doug?
I'm not going to read it because you'll use it. Haven't seen it since 03.
Morning.
He's new.
Checked in for a while, so here I am. A lot to update you guys on, but we can save that for another day. Just wanted to give a quick shout out to the producer / short order cook for his amazing hockey trade breakdown. Spelling is hard. Doug is right. Not every sports show breaks down how to spell these guys' names. But this is not an ordinary sports show. Ordinarily, there wouldn't be a grouping of such hot guys on one screen, unless you're watching a Blues postgame and players are encouraging disrobing. Appreciated the early appearance of Joey Vitale. We just got back from Dauphin Island, and I felt safer protecting my family. I felt a lot safer protecting my family from sharks after his breakdown a few weeks ago on how to properly fight them off. Turns out the real problem was jellyfish. We were prepared for the predators, but didn't realize big ocean had it out for us. Lastly, enjoy the holiday, boys, especially you, Tim. You deserve every second of vacation. And I'm starting to think 7 weeks is not enough for what you give us. Be safe and stay sexy. Have a good one. Doug, that's from the YouTube chat.
YouTube chat.
Hello again, everybody.
He's new.
No, he won Listener of the Month.
Oh, he did.
Earth to Doug.
No.
Here we are back with our hockey analyst, Joey Ravioli. Joey, what are your thoughts on the recent hockey trade? Well, I'm glad you asked because it reminds me of two animals that I'm sure you're all thinking of, and that is the salamander and the octopus. And they have special, unique characteristics that are like the hockey players in the trade, in which the octopus is a defenseman with gumption who gets into the dirty areas and sticks to you on defense like a suction cup with 8 arms. And then you have the salamander, which is slippery and hides under rocks in the Ozarks
house, which reminds me of my Uncle Calvin, who used to race dirt bikes on Old Yoke Road, which is funny because the gestation period of a salamander is 18 months, which you guys know. And my son threw one of our pet salamanders in the air, and our bird got out of the breeding pen, and it caught and raised the salamander as its own, which you know is what they do. And then the dog ran through the house with a tiny squirrel on his back, riding him like Secretariat, and the squirrel was wearing a World War I uniform. And that's the main reason why the salamander skates hard, moves his feet, and is always getting to the slot area to get quality shots on goal. And that's why I think the Blues made a good hockey trade. Okay, that's all the time we have with Joey Ravioli. We'll see you next week. That's from Joey Vitale Lemming.
Joey Vitale Lemming.
I haven't been able to text into the show as much anymore, so I'm coming here to tell you what my favorite things are about you guys. Oh, how about this, Doug?
Okay, nice.
Jackson. Handling all the roles as producer, but still flourishing as an on-air host. Really spreading his wings. Doug, still holding the title as the most quick-witted SOB I've ever known. Martin, Hadley impressions. Whenever Marty gets going with the gift card bit, I just hope I don't have a drink in my mouth because it will be spewing. KG, he's been a great addition in whatever role he's needed. Most importantly, screening Mr. Lix's phone calls. And Tim, I don't have enough time to list them all. So just hit the gong, Doug. There you go. You probably heard that. I'm in the prisoner-taking business, but I'm in the email-taking business. Doug, that's from Flip Wilson.
Flip Wilson.
Hello. Listeners, listen up. This is Action Jackson with another Sports Center update. The Cardinals were shut out for the fourth time in 7 games, all against NL Central opponents. They just can't hit ever since they found out that Adrian Grenier is not returning to Wears Prada 2. This has been another Sports Center update focused on the human condition. That's from Shooter McGavin, Vice President of Bootleg Sales of the 1992 St. Gabe's Man of La Mancha on VHS.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, hey fellas, shout out to the guy who figured out a hyper-localized 7 a.m. drive time sports radio show would be the best medium to work out the tight 5 he thinks would crush in the belly room at his local Knights of Columbus by calling in claiming he was the boots on the ground working the 4th of July protest in D.C. live from a rock quarry in Osage Beach. When Tim, hot on the trail, sniffing out yet another unfunny bit by a guy who thinks he is hilarious. Hold on a second, Doug. I asked what was being protested by a bunch of supposed stray moms. Surprisingly, he came back with an articulate and logical response. Quote, oh, you know, gas prices, the infield shift, the locked thermostat at 590, oat milk, Iggy's offensive wedding costume, the Cardinals don't bunt anymore, Hillary's earpiece, you know, all that stuff. End quote. The whole thing felt like that thing that happens when touring comics who don't sell seats are forced to do a morning talk show blitz trying to be funny next to a jaded traffic reporter and a waffle iron. That comes from Dalton. New money wears logos, old money wears navy blue. Wow. Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
I'm going to go with a fellow by the name of Joey Vitale Lemming.
This Dalton's a force. I'm going Dalton.
I liked Flip Wilson. That was nice.
I'm going with the Joey Vitale Lemming, although I thought there were a number of wonderful contestants. Congratulations to the Joey Vitale Lemming. You're going to Adam Sandler on October 17th at Enterprise Center. You can learn more about the show right now at 101ESPN.com and get a bonus chance to win at 101ESPN.com or the 101 mobile app. We'll take a break, come back with the final segment of TMA next here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals taking on the Pirates. It's going to be an 11:35 first pitch with Sonny Gray toeing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by
Team A 101 ESPN, and Doug, we're shutting it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. Wanted to make sure we got all the emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, so we did them. You call it the penultimate segment?
I never used the word, no. All
of next week and a part of the following week. And Doug says go ahead and take 7 weeks, so I might do that.
Yeah.
Chairman Kurt, you'll be on the 1s and 2s, I guess, tomorrow, and
Yep.
Doug and Martin will be in here.
Yep.
And Tony LaRusse is going to be on. And he's got a hell of an event coming up on the 16th. That's going to be super fun. You'll hear about that and sure plenty of other stories as well. The station is off on the 4th of July, so I hope everybody has a great 4th of July / Independence Day weekend. And we will talk with you again coming up here on TMA tomorrow at 7 a.m. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackie Papers, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.